If you can go ahead and rename yourself and change your name to your own, that would be perfect. And then I'm going to stop sharing my screen and pass it on to Fartoon Welly, who will get us started with the day.
Facing the wall.
And also just make sure that you're all muted as well. And then if you have any questions or comments or anything, you can go ahead and throw those in the chat. But unless you're speaking, please keep yourself on mute. All right, and Fartoon, you can go ahead and take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, Molly. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you today. Happy International Women's Day, especially women of African descent. I am Fartoon Wali, the CEO of Isuroon. We're ethnic-led, ethnic-focused, and it's really exciting day today. Please join me a moment to be silent and also prayer for all the people who are in this list, but not limited. The missing Native women and girls, the victims of COVID-19, mom and dads and loved ones who passed away, the victims of injustice wherever it is, the lives that perished that are immigrants who lost in sea, on global issues, Palestine women and girls and their families, Iraqi families, Syrian families, Yemeni community and families, and Rohingya brothers and sisters. Please, let's be silent. It's really, really happy day today, even though with 2020 and COVID-19 created a lot of challenges, a lot of deaths, and messed up our whole system of being socially connected. But we also identified that many of our communities, PIPAC communities, communities of color, and general community also had discovered that they had strengths that we did not use before, which was caring one another, being socially connected when things are tough. I want to acknowledge Isuroon staff. I'm totally grateful for you to trust me to lead you and be one of your leaders. I cannot do and could not do what's happening today and what you guys have done serving our families during COVID-19. You made it very clear what I've always believed in believing you and community, knowing what to do for yourselves. And so I want to acknowledge Molly and everyone else who made this day today happen. As you can tell my voice, I'm nervous, but I'm trying to stay very strong. And so here we go. I don't want to bore you. The speech is about inequality and equity and why Black and Brown women are on the bottom of the barrels. We have done so much of what are the reasons inequality exists in the PIPAC community. So I'm not really going to talk much about it. What I'm going to tell you is what we are not doing for ourselves as a community of color and women of African descent. Because years back, we were talking about health disparity. That was spent so many years. That is switched to all the reasons communities of color lack what they lack is because of institutional racism. We worked with those keywords and had so many community discussions for so long. That got switched on health equity. And now we're using that equity word to engage and waste so much time from communities of color and indigenous people. And so what I want to tell us, and today this message is directed to PIPAC community and women of African descent, We have to stop following this scent of hope. We're thinking, attending so many meetings and so many agendas to say, we're going to help you, help yourself. We just have to stop wasting our time. Our time is so valuable that we need to focus what we have internally. We need to stop looking outside. There's so much strength and so much gratitude and so much skills that we can develop our own and try to move out of poverty, our own strategies. We can then invite allies to say, here are the key areas that we need you to help with. We need to sit on our driver's seat. We need to stop following the scent, what I call scent of hope, in attending so many meetings and wasting our time. Let's just stop. That's all I'm going to say, equity and what's happening to communities of color. We talked about it until it just becoming a very traumatizing just to talk about Minnesota and the global is doing great. However, PIPAC community isn't doing well. Guess what? We're doing actually well. We need to focus what we're doing well so then we can figure out what we're not doing well. Because the message right now that people are sending to us and to the world is that we're just deadbeats. Someone needs to rescue us. And we know that isn't true. I'm seeing African American women graduating colleges like nobody, like the highest. I'm seeing people of color being elected to offices. I'm seeing the wealth that immigrants and refugees are creating. We need to stop and rebrand ourselves that we have so much wealth and we have so much to give that nobody should tell our stories. And we need to stop that. I can just say, moving forward, my brothers and sisters and our allies, the white allies, we're going to talk about what we're doing well, what's happening to our community already that need investments, not ideas that come from outside. Instead of talking about all the accomplishment that Isuroon is doing, I really want to talk about myself. 2 years ago, I hit a bottom, what is it called? Bottom rock. And I didn't know what to do. I got burned out, thinking that I want to be a hero. I can address all issues of my community and communities of color and anyone else who needs help. Guess what? I was doing well. I was tired. I wasn't sleeping. I gained so much weight. I was the verge of clinical depression. Thanks to Bush Foundation's money, I had some resources from that grant to hire a coach. I didn't believe coaching and all that, but that was a white people thing, a rich people thing. I didn't even think I was worth to have a coach. Through that coaching, I realized that I really wasn't doing well at all. I wasn't listening to my body. I wasn't listening to myself. After I talked to the coach a couple of times, what I realized with the coach, we decided to say, Fartun, be still. Just stop what you're doing and take a moment. It took 3 months to even acknowledge that I needed a moment to stop. Taking that moment and listening to my body, I found out that I had an irregular heartbeat. How many women of color have the chance to stop these days and say, I want to listen to my body? After I realized I had an irregular heartbeat, I went and went to see a doctor. Just having that opportunity to have a second, I didn't have a heart attack or anything, but I had an irregular heartbeat. That set me up to listen to my body, set me up to seek help. People now are telling me, you look different, you look calmer, you're totally different. And I say, well, I don't really feel different, but here are the things that I want to leave you, my sisters and my brothers, include my brothers too. What's working for me? Please take a moment to listen to your body. Do not be a hero. We hear you're not going to be good if you don't take care of yourselves. It's really hard to believe that when we watch our mothers died early because they were carrying the whole community on their shoulder. Malnutrition, not preventative care clinics, not checking ourselves out. Please take a moment. There are 3 things I do every morning when I wake up, and I want to conclude that into my remarks today. Number 1, I pray. Whatever you believe, pray and connect to your Creator. I do believe. I put every being on me in front of God. I meditate and practice gratitude. I know before I practiced this, I thought it was a joke. Again, it was something that rich white people do or monks do. We high-pack women need to practice gratitude, because once I started practicing gratitude, I realized how rich and wealth I was. Number 2, I wake up saying, I do not want any conflict today. Just I want peace. Having that mindset, I've had less conflict in my life. The 3rd thing I do is I wake up and say, what can I learn today? So I'm a student. I wake up as a student. What can I learn? And who can teach me what? After I do that, then I say, who can I teach today? What knowledge can I transfer? All of us were expert on something, on many things. Our families, Piper community, suffer so many illiteracy, civic engagement, health illiteracy, system navigation, understanding their rights, making civic engagement way of life, making our communities living in poverty and government support system way of life. We can transfer knowledge. Combining all that, I've seen my life change drastically. What I'm going to leave with you is take a moment. And the last thing I would say is Happy International Women's Day. May we all live happy and thriving life. May everybody that you think your enemy take the moment to understand them. Political sidelines, social status, I do not want have any drama in our lives. If we're divided into political sides, social status, and some attitudes, we as a women of African descent are going to be the losers. Our families need all of us to be united. Unite for the right reasons. Our number 1 enemy is poverty. Our number 1 enemy is the system. And the system doesn't have a life. People who run it are the people who are responsible. In that conclusion, I'm going to say Happy International Women's Day. And at this point, I want to welcome our next speaker or the panelist. It's my honor to introduce you today after we organized International Women of African Descent Day. Our team, we said, well, what would be great to start with one of our treasurers, Dr. Judge Lejeune. Let me tell you a little bit about her. Her bio is so long, and she's my mentor, someone I look up to, someone who is my circle that I can reach out. And I hope every one of you have someone like that in your life. Honorable Lejeune Thomas Lane began her legal career in Hennepin County as a public defender, as office trial lawyer until opened for the governor in the trial court. Judge Lane serves for 4th Judicial District Court Judge for the state of Minnesota, handling complex civil and criminal cases until she retired. Judge Lejeune now serves as a senior fellow with the Roy Wilkins Center for Human Relations and Social Justice at Humphrey School of Public Affairs. She also founding member of Member Minority Lawyers Association and serves Minnesota State Bar Association for the Board of Governors. I think I wanted to bring Judge Lejeune to, please welcome Judge Lejeune.
Thank you very much, Fartun. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your leadership with Isuroon and the community. And thank you for your authenticity, understanding your true north and your direction to lead the community and not waste time. So thank you for your message today, and I appreciate being invited to be here with you.
Muted. Okay, I mute myself. Judge, could you tell us about ILI and what you do for, I know you're involved local and national and international issues about women. What does ILI do?
The International Leadership Institute is 24 years old. We work by invitation in Africa, South America, the Caribbean, as well as Minnesota. And we have been working on particularly domestic violence prevention and education, human trafficking, awareness, prevention, and education, as well as civic education around elections, education and access for girls, and a number of other training programs and empowering programs, including emergency response. Our methodology is different. Unlike what you were talking about with the Minnesota experience, the International Leadership Institute is a partner. We recognize the brilliance in our African sisters and brothers and African descendant sisters and brothers. So we work alongside. We don't try to tell people what the priorities and the direction should be.
Okay, so that I know you do a lot. Can you talk about specifically what you're doing with the sex trafficking that's happening to African and African descent women here, local, national, and international?
We have been doing programs with the Mall of America. We talk to them about human trafficking because the Mall of America is one of those sites where particularly women who are alone or girls who are shopping are vulnerable to being recruited. We did a what is called a CLE or continuing medical education with Children's Hospital in St. Paul to let healthcare providers become more aware of the concerns that people that are being treated may be subject to human trafficking. And we have also been working with various agencies, particularly Native American women, on human trafficking and our concerns around the Port of Duluth, as well as the Enbridge pipeline, where all these workers from out of state are coming to work on the pipeline.
I want to do a follow-up and ask, in the Somali community right now, we're in denial. And as you and I had discussed many, many times, now younger refugees have been trafficked. And so my community is in denial or sleeping. I don't know which one it is. What can you tell communities that are in denial, that do not want to acknowledge that there is a sex trafficking happening within our own community? What do you think we can do? Because this is a big deal right now in my community, and I'm getting a huge pushback, even though every person I talk to acknowledged that it exists. How do we work with the law enforcement, and how do we bring the community out about?
Migrant and refugee women are very vulnerable to being trafficked because they don't have the social networks and legal networks to reach out. So it is very important for your community to understand that human trafficking is about money. The same people who traffic drugs will gravitate to human trafficking because they see more money in trafficking people than carrying drugs across state lines or through communities. So it's a very vulnerable time for community to be in denial. The girls and women and young boys it's an international acknowledgement that they are vulnerable to trafficking and often sold from one trafficker to another. So it is a endless cycle of abuse and human destruction.
Thank you, Judge. Those of you who are listening, we would love to hear, you can use the chat and give us some feedback, what you're seeing on the ground, whether it's sex trafficking or other ways that you would love us to collaborate and connect with you. Judge, we have a few minutes left, but could you talk about what you're seeing in the COVID-19 and communities of color, PIPAC community in local and also Africa?
Well, in the COVID-19, just like other structural inequalities, African descendant people have had the most deaths from COVID-19 across the US as well as Minnesota. Mm-hmm. African descendant women in particular have been on the front lines, so more vulnerable to catching COVID, and then also lacking the structures to be able to stay well. So one of the concerns about COVID and other diseases is the lack of ventilation. So when you set up a high rise and put a community in a high rise where either the windows don't open or it's difficult to open or the windows are in poor shape and shouldn't be opened, you are also setting up a petri dish to spread COVID within that environment. Mm-hmm. And so with elevators, with crowding, with mass transit, with a number of places where people must mingle together, they're more vulnerable to COVID. Mm-hmm. And so the vaccination system that was set up in the United States suddenly only started with seniors rather than starting with vulnerable populations. So we have immigrant and African descendant people working in meat factories. They're falling left and right from COVID because of the working conditions. Then they take that home to their families. The families are infected. And so we have not protected the women of color and families of color who are on the front lines, gathering the vegetables, working in the meat companies, doing the child care. And so it's going to take us a long time to recover as a result of the devastation that's already happened.
I leave you for final word. As we saw what happened 2020 for the COVID-19 and also looking at the future, we have many women of color now being elected into offices. When we meet next year, God willing, what are the top 3 or 2 things that you want us to focus on seeing that women of African descent will do or should do?
I would like to echo your message that we should not view ourselves from a model of scarcity. We have many talents and attributes to bring to the table. African descendant women should be proud to know whenever they come to Minnesota from Africa, their health indicators are better than people who live in Minnesota. So the things they're doing back home are really great. It's an ability to add, to share, and to build on the positive culture and history that African descendant people bring. There are puzzling around the world of why more Africans haven't died of COVID. They don't understand it. And so we have to take that knowledge, take that strength, and use it.
It's okay.
All right, so what I would say, Judge, is thank you so much. You know how much I appreciate you and how much women of African descent, our allies, appreciate you. I wish you well and we'll be in touch soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bartun.
Yep. Hey, again, happy International Women's Day. We want this discussion to be interactive. Please any discussions that we're doing here, please type the chat what your suggestions are, what you would love us to do in terms of not only today, we have a few hours to meet today and mingle, but how do we continue the relationships and how do we have tough conversations? When I say I'm hurting, I don't really want to talk about disparity and equity. My white allies, please don't get offended. It's not about you. It's about me. And so if you want to help me, number one, give me space to say, teach me how to fish, or I can teach you how to work with me. So be a student and be a teacher, and we will do the same. With that said, I'm gonna give the space to Molly and my colleagues, and I wish you well today. Molly, you can take it.
Yeah, thank you, Judge Lejeune and Fartoon, for your words. Now we're going to pass it on to Najma, who will introduce herself, as well as our next speaker and presenter, Khaleesi Houston. So Najma, if you want to go ahead and take it away.
Yes, thank you. Happy Monday, folks. Good morning. My name is Najma Sayad. I'm the policy director here at Isuroon. Before I introduce our next speaker, I'd like to take a moment and talk about one of our shared visions here at Isuroon and our work towards policies that promote equity. And we have a common understanding that such developments don't happen on their own, especially in regards to community safety, advocating for legislation, and helping marginalized communities heal. We create and work for liberated spaces. We amplify and build relationships with fellow grassroots and Black-led organizations and organizers, and work in partnerships because we know that we can only go far in this work if we work with others. Excuse me. To make this vision a reality here at Isuroon, we're working to shift out of dominant fear-based narratives, and that looks like equipping our disenfranchised communities with resources, skills, and knowledge, especially their voting rights, their civil rights. Civic engagement is key, and we know that the process of transnational change requires community, and that in order to effectively work together, we must build trust with each other to realize a shared vision of public safety that respects and protects humans' life and uplifts those most affected by harmful police and systemic policies and practices. Our next speaker, Khaleesi Johnson, shines a light on one of the most harmful systemic practices that disproportionately affects Black families. Khaleesi Houston, a little background, amazing powerhouse person, began her career in social services over a decade ago and has since been a voice for marginalized communities. She's the founder of Village Arms, a Christ-centered organization that aids and supports African-American families impacted by child protective services. Village Arms was created in direct response to the overrepresentation and desperate treatment of African-Americans across the child welfare continuum. The organization's focus is family preservation and reunification through parental coaching, in-home visits, resource acquisition, and advocacy with a cultural base. Khaleesi's work to address and help eradicate these disparities through legislative action, family advocacy, policy, practice reform, and community engagement. She serves as a cultural consultant, trainer, and group facilitator to welfare staff, students, and service providers. Her training is designated to bring a new level of cultural awareness to those working for and within the African-American community in an effort to achieve clear lines of communication and sensitivity to culture. Please welcome Khaleesi.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. I'm honored to be here. I am going to actually be sharing my screen now, so let me know if everyone can see it, because I won't be able to see you once I start. How is that?
You can see it, thank you.
Awesome. So as we go through this PowerPoint. I'll be talking a little bit about how I got started. I'll try to keep it within the 30 minutes. And Molly, I won't be able to see if anyone has questions while I'm in share mode. So please let me know.
Will do.
All right, so about 3 years ago, I wrote the African American Family Preservation Act. We'll talk a little more about why, but I want you all to note that in reference to DHS data and county data regarding child protection, all families of African descent are under the African American category. So this bill is designed to protect all African families across the diaspora. I want to start just by sharing a brief overview of the act, but the African American Family Preservation Act is an act that declares it's the policy of this state to protect the best interests of African American children. It promotes the stability and security of our families by establishing a standard to prevent unnecessary removal of Black children from their families. And that bill number is SF, Senate File 843, and House File 1151. If anyone wants to review it. We are currently in session. We have a hearing this evening in judiciary. If folks want to send letters of support to your representative and senator, we urge you to do so. A lot of folks outside of the child protection realm just aren't aware of what our families go through. So we'll talk a little bit about why Minnesota needs an African American Family Preservation Act. I like to start with simple definitions so as not to assume that everyone knows what they mean. But racial disproportionality is when the population of children of color in any system is higher than the population of children of color in the general population. And racial disparities refer to the lack of similarity or equality. It's actually inequality and difference. And as we'll see in this presentation, both of these exist for Black families. Our children are overrepresented in the child welfare system in every state in the country. This overrepresentation has raised concern about child welfare policy, practice, and service delivery to children and families of color. I actually started my advocacy about 6 or 7 years ago after serving for about 5 years in a shelter that served at that time as the central intake shelter for Hennepin County. And so this was the first stop for children that have been removed or separated from their families. And it was there that I saw that at any given time, 100% of the kids on the emergency shelter unit where I worked would be African American or children of African descent. And when they were there, they were with us for much longer periods of time than their Caucasian peers. And a lot of them came back to us 3 and 4 times a year before just aging out of the system without permanency, meaning they were never reunified with their parents and family and never adopted. So they essentially just grew up alone before being discharged out of the system at 18. I watched the trauma that children experience when they're separated from their families. A lot of our kids stopped engaging in programming, went through really difficult episodes of depression. Some would refuse to get out of bed. Some would refuse to speak at all. We had one young lady who really, her mental health just really completely deteriorated. She began defecating herself and exhibited all of the previously stated reactions to separation from her family. And she was about 10 years old and ended up in a long-term residential treatment facility. So I always tell folks, data matters, but for me, it's a lot more than that because I'm able to, God has allowed me to see what these families go through from beginning to end when involved with child protection. So I can attach actually a face and name to the numbers that you'll see today. Research indicates that 23% of the children in foster care in 2018 were African American, although they made up less than 14% of the total US population. And this has been consistent for some time. We all are aware of the Council on Minnesotans of African Heritage. That council was created about 40 years ago based on child protection reform. It was this issue that led to the council's creation. And 40 years later, we're still fighting the same issue. Research demonstrates that once these children are in the custody of their states, they remain in these systems for much longer than Caucasian children do. So in seeing what was occurring in shelter, that led me to want to have a voice in the courtroom. So I started to volunteer as a guardian ad litem in Hennepin County before taking a full-time position as a cultural specialist, a guardian ad litem in Dakota County. I did that for about 3 years and got tired of watching how the courts and the county work together to perpetuate disparities. And that led me to the Capitol and where my work is today. Unfortunately, in Minnesota, racial disparities and disproportionality exist at every single decision point of the child protection process. And this is how Minnesota compares to the national standard that we just saw. I want you all to note that race and ethnicity information collected on children includes the category 2 or more races. So anytime you're reviewing data in terms of how many of our children are involved in child protection, always pay attention to both categories, not just African American, but the 2 or more categories as well, because over 50% of the families in the 2 or more races category have a Black parent. So that differentiation actually skews the numbers in terms of how many of our families are involved. So always pay attention to both categories. As compared to white children, African American children are overrepresented in rate of reports to child protection. So we're 3 times more likely as Black parents to be reported to child protection. Once that report comes in, child protection is 3 to 4 times more likely to screen it in if the parent is Black. In terms of out-of-home care or out-of-home placement, I like to call it child separation or child removal because that's what it is. Out-of-home placement is the politically correct term that I don't think provides the right narrative about what's happening to our children. But anyway, African American and children of 2 or more races are 3 to 5.8 times more likely to be removed from home. And this is in face of the same allegation or lesser allegations than white parents. So please keep that in mind as well. And the longer our children remain in out-of-home care, as I stated, I saw this in real time at the shelter, they experience multiple moves and placement settings. So they will start out with us and be there for the max amount of time, which is about 3 months or 90 days in emergency shelter before being placed in a culturally inappropriate foster home that essentially disrupts and they're back with us. Some of them end up in juvenile detention, residential treatment, etc. And this is the pattern for them, unfortunately, until they just age out at 18. And our children have very high rates of reaching the age of majority when in placement for long periods of time. So high rates of just aging out at 18, disconnected. Several components influence disparities within child welfare, beginning with racial bias in identification and reporting. This is essentially the front door of child protection. In 2019, mandated reporters made the majority of reports at 80%, and Minnesota's school personnel are among the highest reporters. And current data shows that they disproportionately report African-American students and families. We're 3 times more likely to be reported to child protection, and every school in 2017, every single school in the Minneapolis district overreported Black children to child protection, except one that year. And the only difference there was that there was an African-American social worker. One school in the Minneapolis district, when I was reviewing the data, this was most alarming. There was a school that had only a 16% African-American student population. They made 145 calls to child protection, and 130 of those calls were on their Black student population. And this is consistent across service systems, including medical personnel and law enforcement. So we can't bring our children in there for very like usual bumps and scrapes without medical personnel contacting child protection with a false allegation of abuse. It's just assumed when our children come in with any injuries that we're abusing them. And this is not just Minnesota, it's across the country, unfortunately. Once the report is made to Child Protection, Child Protection determines whether that family gets an investigation or an assessment. And our families, unfortunately, across the state are assigned to the family investigation track at higher rates than our white counterparts for discretionary reasons, meaning it wasn't mandatory that they assign us to an investigation. A mandatory reason would be an actual allegation of physical or sexual abuse, but it's at the discretion of child protection staff that we're assigned, unfortunately. And again, these are in face of lesser allegations than our white parents. And this is really important to note because the investigation track is a more punitive and intrusive intervention. It may involve the court, and it involves a maltreatment finding. And that maltreatment finding, we don't talk a lot about it, but it's very damaging and harmful to families, most of whom are already dealing with issues related to poverty. So parents that are in the service field, nurses, PCAs, teachers, etc., a maltreatment finding can lead to the loss of employment and subsequently housing. And that intervention, unfortunately, adversely affects the family's long-term well-being, and it leads to higher rates of future child protection involvement, right? Because we know that a large majority of our families are facing homelessness as well. So it really works to kind of create some recidivism for our families, unfortunately. African American and children of 2 or more races are removed from their home at a rate 3.1 and 5.8 times higher than white children. Once maltreatment is substantiated, and this is how we move through the child protection process, the report, the screen-in, and then substantiation of the allegation. But once maltreatment has been substantiated, white families are more likely to receive services that allow the children to remain in the home, while families of color are more likely to have their children placed in out-of-home care. Just to provide a quick example of this, as a guardian ad litem, I was assigned to 2 cases. One was an African-American mother, one a Caucasian mother, both in their early 20s. The African-American mother had just had twin babies. She was staying with her aunt at the time. She had taken the kids out for their routine medical appointments. It was a really hot day. She was on public transportation. Don't know how long she was out with the babies. But once she reached the home, she was unable to get in because her aunt wasn't there. So she sat on the front porch and the children became overheated. Her aunt came home. Of course, everyone was kind of panicking. They rushed the children inside to place cold compresses on them to bring their body temperatures down. But someone else had already contacted the police and child protection. Her children were immediately removed from her care, and it took over a year for them to be reunified with their mother, unfortunately. The grandmother who lived out of town sold her home and moved here to be considered as a placement option and was denied. Her children were placed with strangers. It took a lot of advocacy on my part to get them placed with an aunt before actually being reunified with mom. On the flip side of that, white mother using an illegal substance in the car with her 4-year-old daughter, 3 or 4 years old at the time, in the back seat. She got into an accident on the highway. Her car became stuck between some guardrails. Police had to come. They found paraphernalia in the car. She was under the influence. She was released with her daughter. It wasn't until her 4th DUI with her daughter in the car that child was actually removed from her care. She was immediately placed with her maternal grandmother, and they were reunified much sooner than the African-American mother. And that is not a unique occurrence. I saw it happen time and time again And again, it's this real life experience that God has allowed me to witness that kind of keeps me going in terms of my advocacy. African-American youth are the highest group transitioning from child protection to juvenile detention. So when we consider all of the data here, it's apparent that alternative intervention is necessary for our families. They're being harmed from beginning to end through this system. And I'm just gonna pick on Hennepin County a bit here, but Ramsey County's data is very similar. These are our largest and most diverse counties, and where the highest rates of disproportionality and disparities exist. Our families in Hennepin County only make up 13% of the total population, but we're 70% of all the screened-in reports. We're 50% of all of the child removals, and 55% of the children that lose the right to know, be cared for, and loved by their parents are African-American children. And I'll just let you take a peek at these numbers here. Folks outside of child protection make some assumptions about families involved in the system. Before I started my work in shelter, I just assumed anyone involved with child protection must have done something horrible and really deserved to be a part of that system. And through my work, I found that that's actually not true. And through my research, I found that African-American families are no more likely to maltreat their children than white families. And after controlling for income, unemployment, and location, we actually have lower rates of child maltreatment than Caucasian children do, or Caucasian families, excuse me. And this data is especially alarming in consideration of the rates of disproportionality and disparities and how long it's existed. In Minnesota, historically, the primary cause across the state of child protection involvement has been due to so-called neglect. It's a statute that I really hate and plan to attack once I'm able to get this African American Family Preservation Act passed. But I call it a catch-all statute. When you hear the word neglect, you think of a mother who left her infant in the crib to go to the club, or a dad that left his infant in a hot car while he ran into the store. But neglect per statute could mean anything, literally, including inadequate food, clothing, or shelter. So what we see often are Black families coming in, and when social services is unable to call it abuse, they'll call it neglect, and then create a narrative to support that allegation. These are poor families, typically, that can't afford private counsel. So they're at the mercy of the system and the court, unfortunately. And please also note, of the roughly 15 to 16,000 children that we remove in this state, only 9% are actually removed for physical abuse, and about 2% are removed for sexual abuse. So please keep that in mind when you hear about child protection. It's not what it's painted to be. Two facts reveal a contradiction at the heart of Minnesota's child welfare system. There is no difference between races and the likelihood that a parent will abuse or neglect a child, but there is a great difference between races and the likelihood that a child will be removed from home and placed in foster care. I don't know how many folks know who Eric Dean is, but he was reported in, I believe, 2014 and before. He was only 4 years old, but Polk County received about 15 reports that he was being abused. And these are some of the pictures that they were submitting. Child protection went out 1 or 2 times. This baby was never removed from home and was eventually murdered by his stepmother. And the opposite. I use this example because one, I was already at the Capitol when Eric Dean was murdered, advocating for Black families. And all of a sudden there was this influx of folks there from the governor's office to DHS, county directors, administrators. Everyone was in an uproar about child protection and how we absolutely had to change the system. I naively thought and got excited thinking that, of course, as we reformed the system and transformed it, that disparities and disproportionality for our families would be addressed as well. And what happened was actually a 73% increase across the state of child removals. Not white children, Black and Native children. So the death of Eric Dean and the reform that came out as a result actually exacerbated an issue that we were already working diligently to address. And in Hennepin County, specifically between that time, there was a 130% increase in child removals. And again, Black and Native families primarily. The reform had nothing to do with what was happening to our families, but unfortunately, we were negatively and adversely impacted. And in child protection, the opposite is actually true with Black families. Our children are removed often after one call to child protection for a less serious allegation than what Eric Dean was suffering. Institutional racism is the reason that the rates of child protection involvement are higher for certain groups in comparison to others. And while this is a systemic problem that no one person is responsible for, we do all play a role in perpetuating it. When we, one, deny its existence, and two, when we're unaware of our own biases and thereby allow them to influence our work and decision-making. We have to become comfortable having the hard conversations in order to start to unpack some of these things. So before you go to work in these communities and communities in the African-American community or those of African descent, ask yourself questions. How were you raised? What were you taught about other races? What values were passed down? What negative beliefs do you still struggle with? Are you still clutching your purse when Black men enter the elevator? Are you crossing the street when Black men and women walk past you on the sidewalk? Some of those kind of natural responses we have to start to confront before we think that we're ever going to be a help or support or ally to this population. I was doing a training at DHS's conference. There was a social worker in the back of the room who raised her hand and shared that she'd been raised in on a farm, a very rural area, and her dad was racist. The N-word was used at the dinner table frequently, and she shared that those interactions, that language, those beliefs had really kind of impacted her as she now was charged to go into these communities to assess these homes and these parents. She shared that she struggled with that. And we were able to have a really honest conversation. But one thing that I did share with her is that I thought she would be fine because she was at the point where she was able to recognize that in her thinking and thereby would be able to confront it in terms of her work. So be honest with yourself. I tell folks, if you feel courageous enough to do so, identify a person of color that you feel safe enough with to start to talk through some of that. Because once you acknowledge it, that it exists, you can start to challenge it. According to the Minnesota Department of Health, disproportionate out-of-home placement, disproportionate family separation rates are not the result of poor parenting by certain ethnic groups, but the outcome of multiple systems with long histories of discrimination and racist practices that enforce policies unfairly, unjustly, and unethically, while failing to provide enough supports to parents and guardians. And I can attest to that. This clogging of our child protection system with children that are not at risk of harm has exhausted the state's resources. This lends to caseworker overload, a significant decrease in foster home availability, and an increase in state spending, while leaving children in need of protection, those like Eric Dean, vulnerable and at risk. The cost to the state of removal and placement is double the cost that it would be to create an in-home safety plan and offer that family some in-home supports and community resources. According to DHS's financial report, it's about $5,000 to offer a family some in-home services and support, but we pay upwards of or close to $25,000 per child to place them in foster care with an average stay of about 6 months. So everyone has a stake in ensuring Minnesota's child protection system is fair and equitable. And what we're doing this session, and will continue to do until this bill is passed, is call on our legislators to support the African American Family Preservation Act. This bill will protect children and strengthen families, reduce the overall cost of child welfare services and out-of-home placement. I just shared some of those numbers. Reduce law enforcement and judicial systems costs for intervention, and then improve the mental health and social functioning of African American families in their community. It's traumatic for not just the child that's being separated from their family, home, and community, but those parents as well. Some parents have compared having their child removed from them to a child death, compared it to the death of a child in terms of the impact. What we're asking for, and again, folks can find this bill, is just by a simple Google, but I can send the link to be included with any content that's shared with attendees, but it's SF, Senate File 843, House File 1151. It would require that the local agency, Child Protection, make active efforts to prevent out-of-home placement of an African-American child and reunify a child and family as soon as practicable. Prior to a removal, the local agency would have to work with the child's family to implement a 60-day in-home safety plan that utilizes community and familial support so that Child Protection can back up and stop attempting to parent parents and allow our families to come up with their own solutions, as we've done since we were kidnapped and brought to this country. Prior to an African-American child's placement in foster care, social services would have to make active efforts to identify and locate the child's relatives and the non-custodial or non-adjudicated parent and notify them of the need for a foster home for the child. And not only so, but really help them to navigate that process and to get over any hurdles that may be creating obstacles for them to become licensed. So like simple disqualifiers, things of that sort. And if they're denying a family, they have to provide written explanation to the court and include it in the family's case file as to why they're denying an aunt. Right now, they make what's called by statute reasonable effort, so they can just say that they tried and provide no proof that they tried. So we're asking for proof that they tried and what those outcomes were to kinship placement. We're seeing way too many grandmothers, aunts, uncles, sisters, brothers, nieces, nephews fighting for the right to take care of these children. And the lie that's being told is that there's just no family available, and they absolutely are. I've watched it time and time again, where an aunt is reaching out to the child protection worker in the beginning saying, hey, I'd like to be considered, and they're being told that they don't qualify. So they never reached the point of DHS where they could actually apply for a variance or a set aside if, in fact, there were some things that were disqualifiers in their background. But oftentimes, because some of our social workers don't even know what the licensing disqualifiers are, families are being told they don't qualify when they actually do. And by the time they receive the letter that the child is going up for adoption to a stranger, more often than not a white stranger, it's too late for them to go through that process. especially if an adoption agreement has already been submitted to the court. The family only has about 30 days to submit a home study. Most agencies take about 60 to 90 days to complete that home study process, unfortunately. So we really want child protection to be intentional and proactive, and provide meaningful support to these relatives that are stepping up in the beginning. We're asking through the bill that the Commissioner of Human Services modify existing practices related to visitation once the child is in out-of-home care or placement. So instead of that one visit a week, we're asking for 3 to 5 visits a week. If it's not cases that where physical abuse or not physical abuse, egregious harm or sexual abuse exists for the family. We want the parents and the child to maintain that connection. So we're asking for more visitation time. Specifically, visitation with the child's parent or guardian would have to be increased to 3 to 5 one-hour visits per week until reunified, and a minimum of 1 to 2 hour weekly visits with the sibling or siblings if they're in separate placements. We're demanding that the court not terminate the parental rights of an African-American parent based solely on that parent's failure to complete case plan requirements. As I showed you, we're 50% of the termination of parental rights. Up until the year before last, there was no path for reunification. Senator Bobby Joe Champion did pass a reinstatement bill recently, but the child has to be in foster care for 4 years before the parent could petition the court for reinstatement of their parental rights. So that bill would work for some of our older teens that languish in foster care. They're harder to place, but the majority of the children that they're separating are 0 to 5 years old, right? So it's those cute little Black babies that everybody wants. Those children don't typically remain in care for 4 years. So we left provisions in this bill where we want to open that up to allow for parents to petition for reinstatement no matter how long their child has been in foster care. And because we know inequity exists and racial bias exists in relation to who gets a termination of parental rights, we don't want to then say, well, you now have to wait 4 years before you can come back and try to reunify with your child when you were unjustly terminated in the first place. If an African-American parent does have a termination of parental rights through this bill, I think right now they get about 20 days or so to appeal that decision. But what we're asking for is 120 days. And I'm sorry, the bill, we worked with DHS and some county folks last year to edit the bill, and we had to go back and forth over this. And I think it was reduced to 90 days. So they would have, instead of the 20 days, 90 days to actually appeal that court's decision. And then again, as I was just going over, an African-American parent may file a petition for the reestablishment of the legal parent and child relationship. And that could be filed regardless of the age of the child, because even with the reinstatement bill that just passed, I believe the child had to be 10 years or older. But don't quote me on that. I have to review the statute, but we want to remove even that. We don't want to say your child has to be a certain age or in foster care a certain amount of time. If you changed whatever issues were present in your home that caused you to become the subject of a child protection report, why should you have to wait? If you cleaned your life up, if you now have housing, et cetera, you should be able to come back to the court and say, hey, my situation has improved. I want my child back. So we want to remove all of those barriers and obstacles to these families through this bill. Right now, a parent could be involved with child protection for any reason and have a case plan of about 14 items. If they don't complete 2 of them, If they complete all but 2 of them, Child Protection could use that as cause to move forward with the termination of parental rights. And I've seen that occur, unfortunately. If we have parents that don't get along with their social workers, there's usually a cultural divide anyway. And if that cultural divide creates barriers to a relationship and the family just doesn't want to work with this social worker, they don't like each other, whatever, the parent is deemed non-compliant. And the county can use that to move forward with termination of parental rights instead of just attempting to, and I think this should be a regular practice, switch the social worker. An easy fix that could really change the outcomes for some of these families instead of attempting to force them to work with someone that they may perceive as racist, harsh, uncaring, etc. Because I've witnessed, and you've seen it in the news all across the country, social workers lying on families, changing or making untrue statements about a case, fabricating evidence, withholding information, etc. The original bill, before it was edited along with DHS and counties, because that was one part of it that we got a lot of pushback on. We were asking for a fine to these social workers if they were found to have done any of those previously stated things. And we were asking for a felony charge up to imprisonment. There are other states, I used what one other state had done, what they passed into law because it occurred so often. It was that state that passed the law that social workers would have to pay a fine and be charged with a felony, which I think they should. If you're knowingly withholding information or fabricating information, documentation, evidence to remove a child or impact the family, why wouldn't you be, right? You can't go to a bank and lie to steal money without being charged, and that's just money. So why not hold folks accountable if they're getting into this field? Hold them accountable to be honest and upright in their work with these families. But after our back and forth, the bill was changed to state any agency worker that fails to comply with this section will be subject to corrective action and a fine determined by the commissioner, which I don't think is enough, but we can continue to fight that part, or fight for that part once we get the bill passed, adjusted as needed. The Commissioner of Human Services shall ensure African-American culturally competent training to individuals working in the field, including child welfare workers, supervisors, attorneys, judges, family law judges. We're asking for an African-American Child Welfare Oversight Council. And this council would help to ensure that African-American families are provided with all possible services and opportunities to care for their children in their homes, and to provide some oversight and accountability to DHS and these counties that are working in our community. We're asking for an African-American Child Wellbeing Department for another layer of accountability and oversight to counties. And this office would be headed by a director appointed by the Commissioner of Human Services. And the Commissioner of Human Services would provide the Child Wellbeing Department with office space, administrative services, secretarial and clerical assistance. DHS did create such a department based on my bill, but we have yet to meet to discuss, and we actually have a meeting today to discuss what this wellbeing department will do in relation to the bill. DHS is now in support of the bill, as is both Hennepin and Ramsey County. We're asking for, because we can't do it without money, right? We're asking that the commissioner direct grants to African-American led organizations, service providers, and programs that serve African-American children and their families to provide primary support for African-American child welfare programs in order to implement this bill. We are asking that the Commissioner of Human Services disaggregate the data, right? I shared at the beginning that no matter where we come from on the African diaspora, across the diaspora, we're all categorized as African American. And we know that our cultures are unique and our needs are unique, and so should the services that we receive. So we're asking that they disaggregate the data so we know who is in that category so that we can intervene appropriately. And we're asking for, in the fiscal year 2022, that funds be appropriated for the administration of the act. And we're still waiting on the fiscal note, which should be out soon. Here is my information. You can view some of the data shared here and hear more about our work at preserveourfamilies.org. You can follow me at Village Arms on Facebook or African American Family Preservation Act on Facebook. Again, we are in session. We really need communities to support these efforts. There is no one to help families of African descent that have an open child protection case. We can't get attorneys to take these cases. We have one ombudsman, Ann Hill, who's great, but she's charged to assist families in 87 counties, Black families in 87 counties with open child protection cases. And in consideration of the disproportionality and the disparate treatment, of course, there's too many cases coming in. We need this bill to pass. Wright, your representative, your senator, I've shared language on all pages that I've just referenced. You can just simply copy and paste. You can email me, admin@villagearms.org for language to be emailed to you. We really need help in the Senate. Warren Limmer, if folks are in his district, please press on him to allow a hearing. He was the reason, unfortunately, that we were not heard in the 2019 session in the Senate. So any questions? I'm going to, unless Molly, are there questions or any slides that I need to go back over? Otherwise, I'm going to stop sharing my screen now.
Yeah, there was just one question about the specific number of the bill. If we could repeat that real quick. I got SF 843 and then you said HF
1151-1151.
Cool. Thank you very much.
The hearing this evening is in House Judiciary, and we will have a hearing in the Human Services Committee next Wednesday, and we're still waiting on a time. But I'll post all that information again on those Facebook pages.
I've also put Khaleesi's email and the preserveourfamilies.org link into the chat as well as a video as well for learning more about why we need the African American Family Preservation Act. If you want to see that, I'll drop that in there again.
Absolutely. And if you need help contacting your rep or senator, I will literally walk you through the process. We can hop on a Zoom and I will show you how to find your representatives and how to send them an email. I know that because we don't really engage politically for reasons related to our history in this country, I get it. So I'm here to hold your hand through that process, but we need as many folks as we can to reach out so that these folks, when this bill comes across their desk, they know that their constituents want to see it passed and want to know how it impacts them. Or if you're an ally and just care about Black children and Black families, please also get your letters in.
We do have one question that came in from Mary Turner. Do you have bipartisan support on both Senate and House?
That is the issue, and that's why we need the help in the Senate. We have some folks in the Senate that want to see this get heard. What is his name? Senator, we only got one hearing in the 2019 session. COVID just wrecked everything for the 2020 session, but 2019, we got one hearing. It was Abler. Abler got it heard, and passed it through, but we hit a brick wall with Limmer. We met with him. He continued to state that he would get it heard, and he just never allowed it to be heard. So we don't want a repeat of that this session because the cases keep coming in. I have one attorney that's taking these cases pro bono and or at a really discounted rate, but the volume is just too high for us to really help these families. So we want to get this passed.
I also want to add Jamie Lebfried, and I want to echo this as well. She says, or they say, thank you so much for this conversation. You make me ask what we are really protecting and why. The work and information you bring feels so much bigger, and I appreciate the way you ground it and make a specific focus.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I hate to rush. I have a meeting with DHS to talk about some more changes and just get some kind of process stuff taken care of before our hearing tonight. So please feel free to email me and yeah, I'll make sure I get back to you as soon as possible.
Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, Najma. All right, have a good one, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Right. And so now we're going to move into our next panel, which is the role of African Latinas in the Latinx social construct. And today we have joining us Dr. Antonio Maria Apolinario Wilcoxon and Sonia Davila Williams, as well as Marisol Chiclana Ayala. And I'm going to introduce them briefly, and then I'll let them take it away with the presentation, with their presentations and panel. Dr. Antonia Maria Apolinario Wilcoxon provides direction and leadership in private, public, and collaborative efforts working to improve the lives of disenfranchised and vulnerable persons impacted by inequities. She obtained her doctorate degree in educational leadership, focusing on critical studies informed by critical pedagogy theorists, and African Brazilian. She brings experiences in education, corporate, private nonprofits, and government to lead the efforts that bring agency, voice, and liberation in spaces where the presence of oppression, bias, and other barriers silence valuable voices. And I would just like to welcome you, Dr. Antonia, and provide you with the space to say a few more words about yourself as well.
Thank you, Molly, for that kind introduction. Very happy to be here, and thank you for this invitation. Would you like to introduce my colleagues, or should?
Yeah, I can go.
You did very well. Thank you. I have nothing to add.
Okay. And then also we have joining us Sonia Davila Williams, who is a native of Puerto Rico and identifies as an Afro-Latina woman. Presently, she is an associate professor and the chair of the social work department at Metropolitan State University in Minnesota. Her areas of expertise are culturally competent service delivery in communities of color and domestic violence in the Afro-Latinx community. However, she has also worked as a social worker with the elderly population, the child welfare system, the school system in Puerto Rico, with migrant farmer workers, children, and with the homeless. She was a founding member of the National Latino Alliance for the Elimination of Domestic Violence, known as Alianza, which was the first national Latino domestic violence organization in the US. And welcome, Sonia Davila Williams. Thank you for joining us today. And then lastly, we have Marisol Chiclana Ayala, who is the Deputy Director of the Minnesota Department of Health COVID-19 Response, Cultural, Faith, and Disabilities Branch. Marisol is also an adjunct professor at St. Catherine University in St. Paul and a consultant on issues related to inclusion, authentic engagement, diversity, and cultural competency in the workplace. A native of San Juan, Puerto Rico, Marisol is a proud Afro-Latina, honoring her cultural and traditions in Minnesota through her drumming, bomba singing, and her work as the board chair and director of Borican Cultural Center, Minnesota. She is also the founder of Global Consultants, a consulting firm providing services to community leaders, community groups, and organizations in government and the nonprofit sector. And welcome, Marisol, as well.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos. Thank you so much for inviting me. Good morning. I just want to say that I'm really, really happy to be part of this conference, and really, really happy to be with all of you this morning.
Awesome. Welcome, you guys. And I'll let you guys continue on with your presentations, and I'll make sure to monitor the chat in case anybody has any questions. We can address those at the end.
Thank you, Molly. When invited Sonia and Marisol to join me, I had the understanding that we are one of few. The Latino population, the Latinx population in the state of Minnesota, there are few of us who are invited to the larger gathering of Hispanic Latinx community. So it's such an honor to be in the company of these two women that I've known over the years. I have known and worked with Sonia for a long while when she supervised interns at my first job in nonprofits at model cities. And Marisol and I go way back as our work, both when she was at the county, but also at the state. Very happy to be in that company. What we are going to do is in the next 30 minutes that we have with you, we're going to spend a few minutes talking about our stories. What is it like to grow up as a girl of African descent in the country of Brazil? What my experience was, and then they will share their experiences, and then we'll open up so we can have a conversation with you. That's very important for me. So I will start, and I have about 5-6 minutes. I am the oldest in a family of 4 children. My mother, Evelina, was a young widow in her mid-30s. My father died quite young, suddenly, and she found herself a mom, having to raise children who were in age from 8 years old. I'm the oldest, I was 8, and my youngest sister was 18-month-old. So she is always a woman who was quite independent, always had her skills, and while she was able to care for us, by staying at home, she used to teach people how to sew, or sometimes she accepted sewing projects on the side. And she always really talked about the importance of being independent and having your own money. And when my father passed on, her focus, especially on her 2 daughters, were the fact that we always should have our own financial independence. She never expected my father to pass away so young. And all of a sudden she had to go out and work full-time for families in the city of Vitória, where I come from in coastal Brazil. She worked long periods of time, sometimes month-long projects, at the homes of wealthy families in Brazil. Most of these families were white, and they came from a diverse background, from Middle Eastern, primarily Syrian and Lebanese, to Portuguese, in between. We are a very diverse country in which there is really the encounter of various cultures. It's also a country with a high degree of racism and classism. And in my family, we're dark Black people. So that meant the construct that we're assigned to was one of the children might not finish college. We were low income. We lived on the favela or slums, a low income neighborhood. And my mother, access to these wealthy families was really a window into a new world, a world in which she saw these families sending their children as exchange students overseas, in which she brought magazines and books that were secondhand, but that we just devoured. My mother was a woman with a 3rd grade education, and she was well-rounded. She was very current on issues. After I was married and I had completed my degree in economics, she was a person that I could have long conversations. She'd tell me about the forecast in terms of political wins in terms of the economy and in terms of how she felt the state was moving. She also raised us with the pride that we were people of African descent, that we came from a people that had value, that had intelligence, creativity, and that we should conduct ourselves as such. She often would say, nobody needs to know or nobody needs to say, oh, she comes from a favela. That's why she behaves that way, because we are not created, we're not raised to meet the stereotypes. Very proud. She was a community organizer before there was a name for it. I grew up without running water or electricity. And through her efforts and a lot of our neighbors, by the time I graduated from high school, we were moving inch by inch and having electricity and running water. She also was a woman of deep Catholic faith. We went to church every Sunday. My two brothers were altar boys who participated in the soccer league that the Jesuit priests developed in terms of youth development program. And education was central to our lives. There was no discussion that we needed to excel if we were going to lift ourselves out of poverty. As the oldest granddaughter and as the oldest daughter, I have been carrying for my family a lot of the responsibilities in terms of being the role model, in terms of being the one who guides the rest of the family. And I come from a very large and proud extended family. I'm very happy to be here. I think that growing up poor has not determined my life or my well-being, because we may have been poor financially. We are very wealthy in terms of the love we had around us, our social supports, and a number of people who are very proud of us. And I end here, so my colleagues Marisol and Sonia may say their words, because they too have interesting stories.
I go next then, I guess. What can I say but our culture and our country has been supported by women. And when I think about where I am today, I always say I owe it to my mom. That even though I grew up with my dad and my mom was the one that was always, she was the teacher, she was the provider, she was the caretaker. And she was a feminist when we didn't know what being a feminist was about. And she was very into, you need to be independent and you need to work and to have something to fall back into. And she was very aware that education was a way out sometimes of poverty, but more than anything was a way out for women to become more independent. And she was very sure that you work, it's your money. You can give some, but you keep it because it's your money and you work hard for it. And all of that came for a tradition that it was in her family, that it was a lot of strong women that they were taking advantage of. My great grandmother, that I remember her, she was a slave, so she was independent, but you could tell that she had a hard life. We come from a very poor, for a very small town. It used to be the second smallest town in Puerto Rico. And my family grew up during those times was sugarcane factories was the main thing. And that was why my family work was in the sugarcane. And my father worked in the sugarcane factory, and my mother's father worked in the sugarcane factory. But my mother helped us to find independence because she knew her father was brutal in the way that he treated a woman, and she wanted us to be independent from that. And she also was conscious that because we were Black, we were not going to be treated the same way that other white kids were going to be treated in school and other white women were going to be treated in society. So she always let us know and treat us or taught us how to become proud of who we were, and to understand that for Black people in our country, education was the only way sometimes out. And she had the experience where she wanted to be a lawyer, and she was the #1 in her class when she was graduating from high school. And the person, the counselor at the school told her she couldn't be a lawyer because she was Black. So then she wanted to be a secretary, and they told her you cannot be a secretary because you're Black and nobody will want you in the front of the office. They will put you in the back of the office. So all those memories and all those experiences, I guess, push her to ask her to be in professions that we could be caretaker, we could be in front without being afraid that somebody was going to tell us you got to sit in the back of the bus, not the back of the box, but you know what I mean. So we live in a town that it was small, but you could see the racism, and I could see it while I was growing up. You know, I wasn't treated the same way by all the teachers because of the color of my skin, even though my mother was a teacher. When I got to high school, the treatment changed. So those are things that I always want to be thankful that my mother taught me, because I think she taught me how to be independent in a place and how to be upfront about racial issues, because they said that it's going to follow you for the rest of your life. She was very sure about that. So we have a big racial issues in our countries that we don't want to talk about, and we don't want to recognize. I don't know, or maybe both of them. And I think the racial issue sometimes goes mixed, and sometimes, most of the time, got mixed with women issues, because women are the pine, the whole of the culture and of the country. And sometimes when we talk about racial issues, we sometimes don't talk about the contribution of those slave or the Black people within our culture. But I'm gonna let Marisol talk a little bit more, and then we can maybe talk together.
Thank you. Thank you, Sonia, Antonia. Yeah, I hear Antonia and Sonia, and I get inspired every time I hear them talk about the stories of very strong women and families in Brazil and Puerto Rico. My name is Marisol Chiclan Ayala, but I feel in this conversation that I'm part of a community. So for all of you, Marisol, she, her, hers, pronouns, really happy to be called Boricua, Latina, Puerto Rican, and part of the Latinx community. I want to tell you stories about me, but I will try to do those in connection with my community, because where I come from, I'm also from Puerto Rico, from Santurce, which is the very first town of free slaves or people that were enslaved in Puerto Rico. I'm from Loíza in Humacao, which Loíza is a town that if you go to Puerto Rico today, you can see how proud they are of their Afro ancestry and heritage. And you see it everywhere. It's in their daily lives, it's in the music that they play. If you hear anything in Minnesota about bomba and plena, it's an amazing rhythm that really unites all of us, because anyone who's coming from an Afro descendant heritage, there's something that really unites us, and that is the drum. So that I take, that is me, that is who I am, that is who my community is. Really proud to say I was born in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, as you know, it's a territory of the United States. It's a Commonwealth. People that are born in Puerto Rico are US born citizens, but yet we don't get to vote for the president. It's a very interesting situation politically that we're still trying to understand and figure it out. We have to say that we're coming from a very amazing and strong tradition of Taínos, the indigenous people of Puerto Rico, that was a well-organized society that was invaded by Spain, and then after that by the US. Colonialism set in, and many people were brought into the island and or were enslaved in Puerto Rico to serve an economic plan that they had. And so with that, a lot of pain, a lot of challenges, and I need to say, a lot of strength from the people that were being abused at the time, and resilience. And that's why I'm still here as a Black Puerto Rican. Very proud and very happy to tell you that I was born, raised in the island, and I came to Minnesota at the age of 24 without knowing any English, to be honest. So it was a journey, but I'm really happy to say that I continue to learn every day. And I'm proud to say that when I came to Minnesota, I had to go through a journey of identity. I was Boricua, Puerto Rican when I came, and then I discovered that there were some categories that I didn't know about: Hispanic, and what is Hispanic, and then Latina, and then what is Latina, and then Latinx, what is Latinx, right? All of those things that we have here in the US mainland, categories that many times help us to identify people that are being very, very impacted by inequities, but also many times keep us separate. So that's part of my journey too. That's part of my journey too. And I continue to find myself in all of these identities, and mostly connected to the Afro, Latina, Afro experience of the United States, African American brothers and sisters, African born brothers and sisters, and other folks that share many of our heritage and struggles and opportunities and challenges, and most importantly, contributions we have and continue to bring to this society. So with that, I will say I continue to learn about myself, my family, from Santurce, an area that was a working class area, teachers, essential workers, people that were working in homes, really struggling every day, but coming from this we culture, everybody helping each other, working in collaboration, really sustaining that community in very amazing ways. And so that's where I come from. And then the Loíza, who was using music and culture to keep themselves above the water, and challenging all of the things and struggles they were having, of being invisible for many Puerto Ricans because we were Black, denied opportunities because we were Black, not being encouraged to go to school because we were Black. And we continue to do what we knew how to do, being proud of who we were, recognizing that we're smart, that we got what we had, that we need, and that we needed to keep going. And still today, we keep fighting for justice. We keep fighting for what is right. But we recognize, like Sonia was saying, there's a lot of struggle, because we want to be a wonderful society that is united. But if you don't recognize the injustices that are happening against Black Puerto Ricans in the island and abroad, then we cannot have real conversation about what is needed. So really happy to say that I, like many other Latinas, came to the US for different reasons. work, opportunity, education, and other things. And we are here and we're part of this broader community, Afro descendants community. And I continue to remind myself of that because that gives me strength. And that's really remind me that together we can do and we can make changes that can impact all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia, Marisol. Molly, we need you to let us know how much time we have because we'd like to have at least a few minutes for questions if folks have questions for us.
Yeah, so we've adjusted things a bit. We have about 8 minutes until the keynote. So about 8 minutes for questions. If anybody would like to either, I don't know if everyone's okay with unmuting yourself and ask the question, or you can go ahead and throw it in the chat and I can ask it aloud for everybody to hear.
Thank you.
Well, I think one thing that people do not realize when we talk about African people in the Caribbean or Afro-Latinos is that any country in South Central America and the Caribbean have its own community of Black people. Or you will find countries that will tell you we don't have Black people. But if you were colonized by Portuguese, French, or Spaniards, you would have slaves. They had slaves, and you would have Black people in those communities. The amount of Black people might be different from country to country, but that doesn't mean that you don't have Black people in those countries. And Brazil, most people do not realize that is in all America is the country that have the most Black people, the most slaves. Brazil have 4 times the amount of slaves that United States have. But when you see and talk about Brazil, and they present in Brazil on TV, and they talk about the carnival, very seldom they show you the Black people of Brazil. They show you Blacks will be the very light-skinned Brazilian or the white Brazilian. And that's done with a purpose because they want to white our countries and let us show that in some way it would be a safe country because we have white people. And that's something that is very common in a lot of Latin American countries. When they present it to you, very seldom they will present you the Black side of that country.
No, I can pay. Tell him to bill me.
That the Black part of the country that is sometimes the foundation of those countries, of our countries. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Sonia, because Brazil likes to promote itself as a racial democracy, and it's no longer believed worldwide.
So it looks like we have a couple comments in the chat. Dr. Diane Benigo wants to thank you, Sonia, for acknowledging that. And then Jamie L. also says, thank you for your stories. What is something that makes you feel at home?
You know, we are, as Black people, we're extremely adaptable and very creative. So coming from a city in Victoria that's on the coast, tropical country, to Minnesota. The foods that I prepared, and I've always prepared for my children and my family, the music, and there are certain things about our culture that I hold sacred. And that's how I make my home a home that is half Minnesotan, half Brazilian. I like to say that in years past, my Thanksgiving table did have the turkey, also some black beans and lefse on the side. So we adapt. And I'm very grateful for what life has brought me here. Thanks for that question.
And for me, I would say it's the music. I hear music and I hear drums, and that's bring me back to my country. So I would say music.
For me, you know, I come from two towns that are majority by far are Black people. Actually, my skin is very like it's not. I always say I came to Minnesota and I lost some of my skin color. What's going on? And because I grew up right really close to the ocean and out and about, so I will admit that Puerto Ricans, we come in all shapes and forms. So we're coming from that. But because I grew up in a town that is mostly Black, home for me, I'm looking always for my Black people. Where are my Black people? And I feel home when I see at least one more person that looks like me, and I go and I come close. I am friendly with everyone, but that's home for me. And of course, the drums. Whomever knows me knows that bomba is who I am, plena is who I am. And whenever we have a chance and we can play the drums, I'm sure that all of you will be connected to that rhythm, and the sound of the drum will bring us all together, regardless our skin color or our ancestry. The drum is something that unified all of us. So that for me is home.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny that you say that.
Of our hearts.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, because when I go to Puerto Rico, people tell me, "Oh, you're getting white. Your skin is so light. Your skin is so light." And I say like, "Oh, really?" Yeah, it's because I don't get as much sun here as I do get.
I want to say one more thing, Antonia. Is that okay? That in studying and reading and learning, since I came from Puerto Rico, about the history of Black people in all Latin America, the whole continent, North, Central, South America, the Caribbean, and especially the United States, I need to say and remind all of us that we share a very common similarities in our history. And the history that we usually talk about is a history that is very painful, is very real, and it's traumatic. But I want to remind us all that it has a lot of strength and resilience that really is part of who we are. And so for me, that's also significant and what brings me together with many of you today, if not all of you.
Thank you for that, Marisol. There is a lot of strength, there is a lot of resilience, and there is a lot of resolve in the people that we are. We survived the Middle Passage. Our people made something out of nothing. So there is a lot of pride in that we have come a long way. God knows we are not there yet. Not in this country where I do a lot of work around disparities, not in Brazil for sure, but there is a lot of gratitude and pride.
Thank you all so much for joining us today and for sharing. We really appreciate having you, and hearing your stories was really, really interesting and really great.
Thank you, Molly.
Yeah, thank you all so much.
Sonia, Marisol.
Thank you. Thank you for having us and for allowing us to speak our voices about our culture and our tradition.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. That's
muito obrigada.
And people in the chat are also echoing the thank you and thank you. That was very informative. So now we are going to transition to our keynote speaker, Leslie Wright, and Hanan Adam from Isuroon will be introducing Leslie. And so I will pass it on to Hanan. But one other note I just want to make one more time. So there was a little bit of a technical difficulty with joining. So just whenever you are joining, for all of those who are just joining now, make sure to rename yourself. I put instructions in the chat, and I'll re-put those in there for how to rename yourself. and we'll move on with the day and take it away, Hanan.
Hello, so I'm Hanan, like Amali just said, and I'm a social worker at Isuroon. And I'm here to introduce our keynote speaker, Leslie Wright. Leslie Wright is a mom, wife, daughter, and sister, friend, and community advocate that has lived in the Twin City the last 15 and a half years. She attended Howard University and graduated with a Bachelor's of Business Administration in Marketing. Currently, she's the Vice President of Development and Alum Relations at Mitchell Hamlin School of Law. Prior to this position, she was Director of External and Community Engagement at Greater Twin City United Way, where she led culturally powered communities as well as represented United Way's voice in the community. Additionally, she is the board of World Savvy and the Minnesota Chill Foundation and is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Seniority Incorporated. So without further ado, here's Leslie. Go ahead and take it over.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This is a hard act to follow. I have been on committees with Antonia in the past, and I know what she is doing. So this is a privilege and an honor. Thank you for asking me to speak today and just share some of my thoughts on this special International Women's Day. And to Fartoon, I would be remiss without thanking Fartoon for always making sure to advocate for all things women and BIPOC, regardless of the cost. She takes risks and we learn a lot from each other. And sometimes we fuss, but that's okay too. That's how we learn. So I wanted to just share a few words with you today regarding equity. When I asked Fartoon, what do you want me to talk about? She said, make it your own, I trust you. And I said, okay, I'm gonna talk about equity, something that is near and dear to me and what I do as a woman and as a professional. And when I really thought about this, something came to mind that I wanted to share with you. And that's that equity today is more than a buzzword. There are many of us on this phone that grew up when equity was a buzzword. It's more than that now, but unfortunately, it's still a long, hard fight in the community and in the world. So I always like to get myself grounded on what equity really means. So I have a couple of definitions. The quality of being fair and impartial is what Webster says. But I like the policy link definition, which I adopt in many of the work that I do, which is just and fair inclusion into a society in which all can participate, prosper, and reach their full potential. And what I love about that definition is that it's aspirational. It's important that people reach their full potential and prosper. Now, I know that it's important for equity, and all of you know that as well. And it's important because everyone, if barriers are removed, can reach their full potential and contribute without systemic racism and all the other isms that we have in our society and prosper. But to get there is hard. As BIPOC people and women, we must embrace equity and be willing to flex and sometimes change. Now, not change to be complementary to the majority community, but to each other. Let's face it, we were raised in the very system and in the very society that was meant for us not to thrive, let alone prosper. A system that is filled with systemic racism. The very systems themselves are okay. If we followed the law as it is written, if we followed the Constitution as it is written, with a few tweaks and updates, they're decent. What's not decent is the consistency and fairly managed part of the very systems that we have. When we then put in some other things, unconscious, and we know fully conscious biases that are in place by leaders and others to keep us right where we are. We heard stories today, stories, you know, Sonia's mom was told that she could not be a lawyer. because she was Black. Those are stories that we still hear today, that we cannot do things. So the unconscious and fully conscious biases that are in our life play a huge role. And then a country that has a historical past that plays a very important role in the present day. From long ago, when slavery, lynching, and Jim Crow laws existed, to today, where police brutality, racial profiling, and simply standing up, or should I say kneeling, for what is right is viewed in the most negative manner possible. Just today, the trial for Derek Chauvin starts. And we know that this is something that could have happened long ago. Thank God for a phone, and a phone that captured every second of the horrific murder. And now we're going to trial. But this is interesting because people see exactly what they want to see. And the fact that some don't want to see the history even taught in school is a way to just say, it didn't occur, is a way to just say, get over it, is a way to just say, well, I didn't own any slaves, so why are you stuck back on what slavery means? But ladies and gentlemen, the road is long and hard, but we must keep working. And we all have a part in this change that we know needs to happen. And for me, I look at things kind of generationally, racially, and then personally. What do I need to change in my life to make it better? What do I need to change as a Black woman to make it better? And then what do I need to say and change as a 50-plus-year-old woman in this society? So generationally, what does that mean? And when I talk about generations, because I know a lot of people, it's really important for me to tell people that it's a place for everyone to get involved. Now, we must understand the role, and the role changes sometimes depending on where we are in life. But very, very important is that everyone has that role to play. For me, when I was in school at Howard University, and I have to say I'm a proud Howard University alum, I participated in the March on Washington to make Martin Luther King Day a holiday. And I didn't know then what I know now, but we all benefit from that. And there was a time and a place. I have a banner where I'm holding my sign with my sorority sisters, and we are marching for what we didn't really know was one of the more important holidays for me in my life. And I lived to see that and benefit from it. But now I don't do as much marching. I advocate more with my voice on the boards and organizations that I belong to and in my workplace. Each and every time, even when, and I talk about Fortune a lot, about risk, even when it's risky, it's important to me to not just be at the table, but work at the table and sit at the table and educate at the table and call in at the table and lean in at the table. It's important that when you get to the table, that you don't just sit there and relax, but that you advocate and work hard for the things that you stand for. From a racial perspective, this is a tough one that takes a lot of time. We heard the stories already today. We as African Americans were raised in the very system that has kept us oppressed. We are so accustomed to being the only, especially in Minnesota, but not just in Minnesota, in this country. Many of us were the only people that once we make it, we assume that we're fine. We have to work hard as people to pull others up with us. I have so many peers that are like, well, you were the first Black vice president of fundraising at Mitchell Hamlin. And I said, but I shouldn't have been. What took so long? Why are we doing that? And to still be the first and the only in 2021 is a problem. And so we are accustomed to it, accustomed to being alone, accustomed to being the only, but we must pull and bring others with us, not behind us, not set the path, but bring them in with us. And I worked with a young lady at United Way that literally changed my life. And I won't say her name because I know many of you know her. But the one thing that she always taught me was be a lifelong learner. And I said I was a lifelong learner, but she taught me how to live it. And she said, just because you didn't get it doesn't mean that we shouldn't get it. And I'll never, ever forget that. There is room for all of us to make it and prosper. And there's enough for all of us to go around. So we have to work together to make a difference. And then personally, I often tell folks that equity and systemic racism cannot be fought from 9 to 5. It is a lifelong journey. It's a 24-hour journey. And for some of us that live it every day, we know that. And lately I've been saying, especially since 2016, which was a pretty monumental time in my life, and I'm sure many of yours, that we can't be better people to change this world if we're not good neighbors. So I decided, I live in Eden Prairie, that I was going to be a better neighbor. At that point, I had been here for quite a while and didn't really know my neighbors, and quite candidly didn't care to. So I decided that I'm going to be a better neighbor, because what better place than to be in a majority community that I could help people understand and they could help me understand. So I started that year, that 2017, I decided to just be friends with people and wave and say hi. And that holiday season, I decided to host a happy hour. And at that point, I had been here, I think it was 12 years. Same house, 12 years. And I had about 10 women in my house. They had never been here. My next door neighbor had been here 8 years. I had never physically met her. And to tell you, fast forward that, even through the pandemic, we are doing things together. We held driveway parties on election night. Someone just asked me this weekend to start a community garden. And I say that not to brag, but to say we've had some tough conversations. We talked through the George Floyd murder when they couldn't understand, well, why are you looting? And I said, don't get it distracted. There would be no looting if there was no murder. To the point that they actually started understanding and saying, I get it now. And I even had to say, we learned it from you. Go back in history where you put hoses on us. You sick dogs on us. We learned it from you, but how do we change it? And we're doing that together. Someone I personally admire, Professor Ibram Kendi, discusses anti-racist behavior. And he talks about denial and confession. And I talk a lot about acknowledgement. You can't change something that you don't acknowledge exists. So in many of our communities, we're at the denial stage. If I just don't talk about it, it doesn't exist. But we have to confess that it actually did exist. And then how do we work together to change it? And we must say there is a problem and actually deal with it. One thing about Minnesota that I've learned, and this is the longest place I've ever lived in my life, based on where I've worked. My parents moved from Savannah, Georgia to New York when I was 8. So that probably explains why I talk a lot about things, because I was raised on the East Coast. But one of the things about Minnesota being a very liberal state is that many of our white liberals and allies never lived or worked with anyone of color until very recently. So even though they think that they are on our side and their heart is, some of their actions aren't always. So we really, really have to know who our allies are, but we all must realize that our intent and our impact must match our actions. And that's very, very difficult for many people. So again, being at that table allows me to respectfully point those things out that we're doing and give examples so that people can see them. So given that the road truly is long and the journey is indeed real, there are a few things that I would recommend that we do, that we can do every day to try to make equity a reality for everyone, so everyone can prosper. And part of that is educating people. So we have to expand our circle. It does me no good to be in a circle where everybody thinks like me, looks like me, and most importantly, agrees with everything I say, because then I'm not learning. I've only been at Mitchell Hamlin for 3 months, and I tell people that I want people that are for the strategy changes and against the strategy changes to be in the room so we can learn and move together. Educate in your own way, and do not forget to listen. This is really, really important. When we're passionate about something, and especially when we believe and know that we're right, we have to realize that not everyone is there with us. So we have to listen so that we can learn what to say to bring people along this path with us. I often talk about building a house, and you need multiple tools in your toolkit to build a house. If the only tool you have in your toolkit of equity is a hammer, your equity house is not going to be built. You need a hammer sometimes, and you need a screwdriver sometimes, and you need some nails sometimes. You need all of it in order to make sure that the house and the foundation are built on solid ground. So some people might say you get more with honey than you can with vinegar. That's an old saying, but we have to make sure that we use multiple things in order to educate people and bring them along. Now, when you expand your circle to include more than people who are just like you, you learn, and so do they. They learn. I had a conversation with Fartoon just yesterday, and she said, "Why do you say that? That's not true." And I had to remember that, you know what? Just because it was one person's truth does not mean it was everybody's truth. We often say, I do not speak for every African-American woman in the country. It's my experience, but I had to learn that. And thank God that Fartoon is brave enough to tell me that is not true. And now I know I have to say that gently. It's still the truth of the person that told me. However, it's not everybody's truth. And we have to remember that in our circle. Do your research. Make sure as you're continuing to learn, continuing to understand new and different people, young and old people, do your research, because the information that you hear is not always everyone's truth. And then remember that it literally takes a ton of time to do this, and that it's a journey. And I tell people all the time, fine, because we know in the workplace, often people say, well, you have to meet people where they are, and not everybody is going to move along at the same time. And I said, yep, but that's what a journey is. And you don't get to stay there. You must move and learn and grow. So when I think about what could we do, again, it's how do we start having discussions to learn with and from each other so that we can work together for the good. And we can do this, but we must do it together. So I just wanted to make sure that I shared just a few words so that we can have a clear understanding of my views and my truth, but know that on this International Women's Day, it's just important that we listen to each other, that we talk to each other, that we share stories so that people can see themselves in the future and we can all do it together. So I thank you all for listening with me. And then if anyone has any questions or comments that I can answer, I'd be happy to do that.
I'll invite anybody to throw any questions into the chat. I just want to share that in the chat, Fortune says, "We love you, Leslie." And thank you for letting us lean on you. And Dr. Antonia says, "Thank you for a timely address, wise words."
What can we say, Leslie? You've covered everything that needs to be covered with so calm and so poised. So we're grateful for your leadership, and we know we can lean on you and vice versa. And remember, we need to talk about self-care and how we need to take care of ourselves as well.
And that's, self-care is so important when we do this. And there are many people that think, well, self-care is just for them or they. But self-care is how you need to take care of yourself. It's not what other people feel or do. It could just be, during the pandemic, I'll be honest, I've walked a ton because I was confined to my house. And now for the 2 weeks that no one could go outside because we were, frigid, I really missed being outside. During the election season, which seemed like forever ago, I had every shirt and that's how I advertised, but I was walking and I got to know my neighbors and, they said, we can do this. And I got to know the ones that didn't want to do that either, trust me. So it's just important, but getting your nails done, getting your hair done, getting just rest and relaxation and yoga, exercise, especially as you get older. It is just so important to take care of yourself. I fuss with Fartoon. Don't take on everything. You can't take on everything all the time. And that's hard. And it's hard for many of you. And I know it's hard for her. It's hard for me too. But I learned how to say no. I learned the hard way because I couldn't do it all. So it's self-care comes in the form that you need it to be. But take care of yourself and allow some time to wind down because this is heavy stuff. And this is stuff that weighs on you at the end of the day. So self-care is really, really critical.
Leslie, we have some other people coming in saying amazing, and thank you so much for all that you've shared with us. And Liz Shanklin says, thank you, Leslie, for talking about self-care.
Thank you.
We have one other question from an attendee. How else can we sustain ourselves through this trial as Black folks? Do you have any recommendations on how we can deal with trauma responses, lashing out?
Yes. And this is something that I need to
Thank
do.
you very much.
She was, sorry, Hanan, she's gonna answer that one question real quick.
I think this is something that I needed to do. When Yahoo was putting the comments in all of the articles, I was the one that read all the comments. In Twitter, I go and read the replies. I would say don't do that because you really start to know the true meaning of what people are feeling. And it's a cowardly way to do things. But in terms of the trial, know when you need to shut down because it could be overwhelming at times. So that's when that self-care piece and practice meditation really have to come into play. If I know that some of the outcomes are clearly going in the wrong direction, I don't look at the news. I don't go on Yahoo. I try to remove myself because I know that it will upset me. And then I find a time when I've calmed down a little bit, to go back in. So allow time to breathe, allow time to just kind of decompress, because the results are going to be there when you pop back in. And to lash out is not going to help the situation get better. But there are times when we have to do that. I think some of the civil unrest last year taught us that there was a time and a place, but I don't know if I would say that's going to be the first thing that I would do, especially at my age. But there are other people that believe that will work. But I say just remove yourself, take some time and breathe. And then in that circle of believers, of you, whatever circle you have, make sure that you have that same circle to go back and be a resource for you to bounce things off, to see how they feel, to see what their perspective is. And social media sometimes isn't always your friend. So know when to shut it down.
Thank you very much. And sorry I interrupted earlier. We're watching it on Facebook Live and it's a minute behind and delayed. But
Sorry,
thank you.
Leslie, thank you so much. I know you're so busy, but I appreciate you joining us. This is just the beginning, so I really appreciate you. We will be in touch soon. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Molly, it's yours.
Yeah, thank you again, Leslie. It's an honor to have you as our keynote today. Right now, we are going to break for about 30 minutes, so we'll join back up at 12:50 for our next panel, which is going to be health advocacy. And so, yeah, everybody enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you all in about 30 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you back from lunch. We'll be starting on our next panel about health advocacy. My name is Saffron. I'm an Isuroon team member, and I will be moderating this next panel. So I'd like to introduce our 4 panelists. We have Marie Turner, Faine Hussein-Wako, Marianne Abdiner, and Leah Roberts. I hope I've said all those names correctly. Please let me know if I have mispronounced them. But I will go ahead and just say a bit about everybody and then jump into some of the questions we have prepared to ask our panelists. So first up, we have Marie Turner. She is an ICU nurse at North Memorial Medical Center in Robbinsdale. She was elected Minnesota Nurses Association president in 2015 and has also served on the Minnesota Nurses Association Board of Directors as chairperson of Governmental Affairs Commission. She also serves on the board of the Minnesota Women's Consortium, as well as our very own Isuroon. She has most recently been chosen as a member of the Biden-Harris COVID-19 Health Equity Task Force. Welcome, Mary. We also have with us Faine Hussein-Wako. Did I say that correct?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Faine Wako, she is a community activist who advocates for human rights, specifically for the rights of immigrant communities. She is president of the Sikomando Women in Minnesota, and she is the executive director of the National Council of Oromo Women. She also works with 10,000 Legs Foundation as a women's program director and outreach coordinator. Thank you for joining us today, Faine. Next, we also have Leah Roberts. Leah Roberts has worked for the Dakota County Public Health Department since 2010. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Spanish Studies, a Bachelor of Science in Nursing, and a Doctorate of Nursing Practice in Public Health, all from the University of Minnesota. Through her career at Dakota County, she has worked as a family health nurse, primarily visiting Spanish-speaking families. She works as on an immunization team member. She is an immunization team member, and she has most recently been directed the coordinator of emergency preparedness unit, and that's been since 2016. Welcome, Leah. And last but not least, we also have Marianne Abdiner. Did I say that correctly?
Marianne, yes.
Marianne, okay, welcome. Marianne was born in the East African Arladi, which are farming valleys. Marianne Abdina is a farmer on Dakota land in Minneapolis, a seed saver, food sovereignty, and sustainable farming advocate. Marianne is co-founder of Coffee Mat Collective and a food, land, and community program lead at Hope Community. Welcome, Marianne. So those will be our 4 panelists for this next section on health advocacy. And if any of you 4 would like to say anything real quick, you are more than welcome. Otherwise, I will jump into the questions we have prepared for you. Okay, wonderful. So our first question for you is, how have you seen marginalized communities take their health into their own hands? And in addition, how might individuals do this to promote their own health and well-being?
This is Leah. I can add something. When I hear this question, I think a lot about the vaccine advocacy that's happening right now. As we know, the prioritization guidance that has come out is not, there have been groups that have felt like they were forgotten or misprioritized, and we've seen a lot of advocacy from different groups, particularly in the BIPOC community, as well as in the disability community, to advocate for vaccine. And we've seen that change some of the guidance and move folks up in prioritization. And that's been through strong advocacy, individual advocacy, as well as through advocacy groups.
Thank you. Marie, Faine, or Marianne, would you like to add to that discussion at all?
Sure, I can add to that, not specifically from the point of view of the vaccination for COVID, but just in general in healthcare, especially in the US. I feel like communities of color have always taken it into their hands, whether that is language access, whether it is understanding what healthcare for us means, like, where speaking for, or my understanding as an African descent is that we're either the lab rats back home at home on the continent, or here viewed as being able to experience pain differently, right? Like most Black people are viewed as we don't feel pain as much. Or a review recently that came out with medical students was that they thought that Black women especially did not feel pain as much. So you can jab them a certain way, you can treat them in a lot of different ways. They're stronger, they're more resilient. So it doesn't matter. You don't need to take care or pay attention to their care. And that itself, having that narrative itself, we constantly have to go into medical spaces fighting for ourselves. Like there's a lot of preconceived notions about how treatment for Black people look like, and then add that to the immigrant and the language barriers. I'll be sitting there and able to speak English fully, but I could hear nurses talking about me in a way that demeans me and degrades me and my pain and what I need. Or I would find out about what is going on with my body between, and I've given birth in the hospitals, and so between the nurses, like I'll find out what is going on with my body instead of being related to me by my doctor or by my nurse, but in the station as they're switching nurses. That's when I find out what is going on and what I need, what type of medications I'm on. And so there's consistently that space, like I can't understand or I don't know what is going on. And then as a farmer, I grow as well. And so a lot of the community that I work with is community of color, especially in the immigrant and refugee. And we grow our own medicine because the system does not have medicine that fits for us. The studies are not done with Black people in mind, with brown people in mind. It's done with thinking about whiteness, and that's who needs medication, who feels pain, who understand, like who needs to be helped through illnesses, and not us. But we're okay to be the lab rats and the people we experiment on. And so that is my experience of how I've seen it. And the way we take it into our hands is we try to get languages in there. We are interpreters. We are each other's advocates for elders, and that for our children's well-being and the type of foods that they're eating.
That's absolutely fascinating. Do you think it's more language that causes nurses to not tell you like medication? It's what? Just the
It's systematic racism that healthcare is designed for whiteness and not for us. So that's what causes it. There's a preconceived notion of when a Black woman walks into the birthing ward, right? When a Black woman walks into the emergency, there is a received that the notion and what is taught at schools, like what I was talking about earlier about Black women don't feel pain, and so you don't have to worry about how you're jabbing. That's taught in medical school. It's not just people here on the street. It's taught to medical students, and so when they're coming in as doctors, that's the notion that they're navigating with.
Mm-hmm. So that really goes into the next question we have, actually, about what can healthcare providers do to bridge the cultural gap between patient and provider. So obviously there is this gap, like the systematic racism. What can healthcare providers do to, right. Yeah, oh, Mary.
Being one of those people in the field, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge with the pandemic, as was said, I'm this past year, a COVID ICU nurse at Northmoreland Robbinsdale, taking care of the sickest of the sick. And so I would acknowledge that all of the statistics that COVID has hit the BIPOC community in overwhelming numbers compared to the white community has played out in my ICU. So I'd like to acknowledge that all the stats, I've seen it in person, that you've done most of the dying. As far as the racism that you spoke to, Marian, that is very much true. And I mean, as an example, and this permeates all, not just the pandemic, but take something so simple as blood pressure medicine and the way the studies do to bring down blood pressure in a person, in a African American versus a Caucasian. For Caucasian, a beta blocker, something that'll slow your heart rate, will bring your blood pressure down. In African American, it needs to be their high blood pressure is often caused from their kidneys, and so they need to actually have a diuretic. And you can give them all the beta blockers in the world, but it's not going to do anything. Versus, you see what I'm saying? So one drug category over another, and the lack of research that has been done in the medical field, according to different racial ethnicities, is sorely lacking. As far as the way nurses treat, etc. Do you know what I got in '95 as far as we had to do this, little lecture or whatever as far as cultural. You know what it consisted of? That people from Asian descent liked warm water. End of subject. That was it. Okay. Asian people like warm water.
Or without telling you the benefits of having warm water. Why? Right? Like what?
No, just that they wanted warm. Well, much to my surprise, you can imagine when I came across an Asian person who actually wanted a glass of ice water. But I'm just pointing to, it starts for nurses, at least. It definitely starts in nursing school. And like you said, in the medical schools, where they have really got to step it up as far as the amount of time that they devote to these topics. They've got to step it up. That's all I can say to that. And then it's to, I am proud, and I don't want to take too much of the time, but as an organization, in 2015, the National AFL-CIO came to the city because we had the dubious honor of being one of the 8th worst cities in the nation for racial disparities. Okay, so they came here to assess us and a 3-day, educational, etc. And this was when I was president-elect. And at the very last day, we had like an open forum, and I had a nurse, Kamara, who is a Somali nurse who worked at HCMC. And she stood up in front of me and she told the crowd that she had worked at Fairview Southdale, but that she left there because she felt so racially discriminated, and that she now worked at HCMC because it was the only hospital in the city that she felt comfortable working at. I stood up immediately behind her and said, when I am president, the first thing I will do is to devise a racial diversity. And we started off with a task force that I'm happy to say now is a committee. And we are working on trying to, not only in the broader sense, but amongst nurses, we are addressing the issues of nurses exhibiting racist behavior. And because it is definitely a need, and I hope Fortune sees me as a white ally. She's a good friend. I value my, and it was Keith Ellison who brought us together, and I've been the chair of the board for the last 3 years, and every bit of it has been, up until this day, has been just unending education for me and a wonderful experience.
Wow, thank you. Leah, Faine, Marianne, do any of you others have anything to say about how nurses can sort of bridge this gap? That was very informative, Mary. Thank you.
Can I?
Yes,
can I add something?
I would like to say Happy International Women's Day to all the women. Also, as Oromo and the refugee women, I know the health is a very hard and tough thing for us. Mary say most of thing I want to say, my feeling like she speak from me. For me, it's like I'm saying. Most of it is there's a barrier of the language too. So the barrier of the language between the nurse and the patient, those are the very hard thing in around our community. And then also we don't really have those enough outreach for women, especially in our area. So we have a really shortness of all things is on our area, like for example, like vaccine for the COVID vaccine, like a lot of our people haven't received or they doesn't even know that much in our community. That's the free vaccine given out. So all those, and then there is also the discrimination between the women of color. Yes, there is, but like Maria say, it need to start from the school. That's come from the school. If they teach at the school, all those feelings, it come out to, treat everybody in the same way. So I believe that need to come from the school too, mostly. Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Can I add on to that? So like Mary said, being a nurse here too at Abbott, I don't see a lot of doctors of color or nurses of color being encouraged to take skills up, because most of our patients, like a lot of them are patients of color, but us nurses of colors are kind of not given the opportunity to do skills. So having people to advocate for us and just encourage people who are going to school will be helpful. And I think we're doing a good job there, but we could use more help.
For sure. Maybe on to our next question. What have any of you seen on the side of policymakers or government system to address the existing healthcare disparities? Or is there anything that you think that they might be able to do to encourage lessening the divide? Marianne, would you be able to speak on this? Faine or?
Well, actually,
I think,
that's what I'm.
Sorry,
go ahead.
I think reaching out to all the communities is like, that's gonna be more encouragement by the government, and then recruiting like more women and the young, and the education more on the health part. Those are, I think, more need to be encouraged.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually have the opportunity right now, being on the picked by President Biden to be on the COVID-19 Health Equity Task Force, and the two subcommittees that I'm on are Healthcare Access and Quality and Structural Drivers and Xenophobia. And so I actually have the opportunity to help drive policy right now at the federal level. So this would be to all of you on this call, you can all get my email/phone number from Fartoon as far as any ideas that you want to bring to the table. Because I have met with some people, a few, that as far as Fartoon brought together. But this is a unique opportunity to have somebody from the the front lines, because almost everyone on that committee is all from Washington, D.C. and and they're all very intimidating, et cetera. I'm from the front lines. I'm very, very happy that I'm associated with Isuroon right now, because it gives me this opportunity to help change policy. So that I can't express enough the importance of hearing from all of you as far as ideas and what needs to be changed.
Yeah. Marianne, it looks like, would you like to say something? I see that you unmuted yourself.
No, I was just going to read, there's one of the attendees responded with, like, as a fellow nurse, we need to start recognizing that we have biases and take deliberate steps to make sure our biases do not affect the care we're providing. We also need to take the time to listen to our patients and believe their truths. Yeah, of course, I agree with that, and that makes so much sense to me. I'm not a nurse, so as I'm speaking, I'm not speaking from as a practitioner, but as somebody who is a part of the system, and also as just as I've been a medical interpreter since I was 9 years old, from refugee camps to here, and I've seen practices of multiple levels, and understanding that both in this, talking about how institutions are treating people, both it's systematic and it's also individual practices, right? Like when questions come up, when you're taught one thing, how do you get curious and educate yourself further and connect with community, is, I think there's a personal responsibility. And then what are the levels of accountability that institutions can build, right? I don't, in thinking about governmental activities or institutions, like maybe Hennepin County can make some reinforcements about how to deal with biases, but most of our health is kind of private. Like hospitals are in charge of how they set up their systems and their departments where they're facing directly with patients. And it's an accountability in thinking about their institutions and how are they set up to support patients, and then through their healing to support their staff to be able to speak for their experiences, and be there for each other. Because I think most of the time what brings people to the healthcare world as nurses, as doctors, there's a level of passion for wanting to help people and ease pain. And how do we support them in that to be able to do their jobs and the responsibility that they're taking on, in understanding racial biases that exist within their education system.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Marianne, it looks like there's also a question from the chat directed for you. What kind of impacts has your farming had on health?
So the farming practices that I do is I run 3 gardens that are very communal spaces. So I help to lead the structures for farm planning. I'm a seed keeper, so we do very organic space growing. One of the components that I look at through what impact does it have is, one, engaging community members in safe spaces to think about their food sovereignty. So what is their cultural background? What is relevant to them? How does, greens translate to somebody's culture, and what kind of sense of peace does that bring? So, and then as I'm working through the soil and the soil health of that, there is also the health and the relationship between soil, water, and air, and then the individual, and how do you have green spaces to just sit and enjoy a beautiful space. And then the food that you're consuming. Can a mother who's working multiple jobs have access to come down and just harvest without being required to do a level of work, right? That's what makes it very communal. There's a group of community members, about 40 of us, that take care of the space, but we're not the only ones that are consuming. So 1/3 of our food goes back into our programmings at Hope Community. 1/3 of it is harvested directly by community members. And then the other 1/3 we set up, there's about 2 months when I'm setting up CSA baskets, and community members who need it can take it. and can come down wherever. And then anything that's left over, you will see me in the summers dropping off boxes at this Isuroon food shelf as well. So I will distribute it to any way that I can get. And the way I see it is, one, there's the educational opportunity to understand what is your food sovereignty. What does the environment that you're working on look like? So we're in East Phillips. That is a severely environmentally justice devastated community that has experienced that multiple times by being gridlocked by 3 highways. We had to extract the soil from our gardens and bring in new soil in order to be safe to grow food. So it engages people to understand the soil health, water systems, their own food, and then ask for what they want to grow. If you're walking around our gardens, they're very open and you're welcome at any time. The tapestry shows you who the people are. You can see the greens that are growing there. You can understand this is their Somali community. There is indigenous community there. There's community members that are from Central and South America. And that is our, and that seeing that itself brings a sense of peace to somebody, because you're seeing your food versus when you go to the supermarket, and the food access there too that you're not seeing. So I think that's how it influences health. To me, those are huge impacts to understand some first medicine. And if we have access to clean, healthy foods, we're able to first understand what our body's needs are, connect with our body differently, and then ask for better systems, right? We're building an alternative food system. We grow about 3,000 pounds of food and engage community members from the age of 3 to 80. And so that allows also intergenerational communication around our health and our bodies and our food systems as well.
Wow, thank you. So I know that we want to talk more for our women of color, but I understand, Leah, that you have some updates on access and availability of the COVID-19 vaccine. Would you be able to speak on that just a little bit for us?
Sure, I can just give a quick update. We just want to make sure everyone is aware of when they might be eligible if they choose to get the vaccine. So if you are somebody who wants to know if you're eligible, or even if you may not be eligible now, but may be eligible later, they recommend everyone go online and sign up on the MN Vaccine Connector. You can just put that into Google or whichever search engine you use, and you can register. There is also a hotline for people who are not as comfortable with online platforms, and we can send that number out, but if anyone's interested, it's 1-833-431-2053. The vaccine is free of cost, so you should never be billed. They should not be asking for any personal information from you, including a social security number. You should not need a driver's license. They may ask you to prove eligibility, and that might be like a work badge if it's for your profession, or something showing your age. But it doesn't need to be an official ID. And so I would just recommend everyone check out the MN Vaccine Connector and register so that you can be notified. And that's for the whole state. So that's not just for Dakota County. Just want to make that very clear. So anyone who lives in Minnesota can sign up for that. And then just in case you have any individuals in your lives who are 65 plus right now, Dakota County has openings. You do not need to be a Dakota County resident. We have openings this week for vaccination. So please go toward the Dakota County website and search vaccine. If you need to sign up a grandparent or a parent, we also have a hotline they can call if online registration is not accessible to them. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you so much. That was very helpful.
Leah, I actually have a question for you, since you seem to be I'm also on the state COVID task force, and we just got the, Jan Malcolm, the commissioner, kind of admitting that Minnesota is a little bit behind the times as far as giving out the vaccine to people, BIPOC communities. And it's because of the fact that they didn't take into account that some of them that are actually need it health-wise aren't 65. And that their longevity isn't what it is. And so we've got 91% of all the vaccines have all gone to Caucasians, and it's because they didn't take into account. So my question is, because I got this report that they're going to be working on that, what are they doing about that?
So that's a great question. And I think there's still a lot of work to be done on that. And I think there has been a lot of disparity. And as you spoke earlier, there's been disparity in who has been experiencing the death and severe outcomes of COVID. And then there's certainly been disparity in access to vaccine. So one thing that the state is now going to be doing is posting demographic data, including race and ethnicity for people that share it on the Minnesota Department of Health website. And I think that's to hold accountability for the disparities so we can be really transparent and work to improve them. They did also update the guidance. And so there is new guidance, and they're saying that we will be moving into other groups as early as this week around underlying conditions and disabilities. And there are age requirements, but there are certain disabilities, and it's provider specific. So it does leave it pretty open. So let's say somebody has an underlying condition that is known that would put them at a higher risk for an adverse effect of COVID or for contracting COVID. They should be able to get a vaccine, hopefully starting this week, as soon as we get through that 65 plus population that we have to meet. But they did change the guidance, and I really hope that that means that people will have more accessibility, because there are a lot more people at risk than the people that we're vaccinating. But I think there's a long way to go, to be honest. And I think working with, trusted community partners, other community members, to find out ways to make it as accessible as possible and to spread the word, because, we know there's a lot of 65 plus people that are not white. And why are we only seeing that community getting vaccinated more often? And is it a communication issue? Is it accessibility? And so I think there's a lot of things that we need to listen on and figure out.
Thank you, Leah.
Thank you. I want to add something quickly, so friends. So thank you, Leah, by the way, for coming. I was just saying Dakota County is the only county that Isuroon is partnered with so far, and it has been going great for the last 4 years. DHS has reached out to PIPA community, and they're trying to work with us, but how the structure is made really is not something that they were thinking about PIPA community, and it's hard to restructure. And that is the biggest challenge for inequality, is that when 80% of the Minnesotans, something is working for them, it's fitting them, it's hard to switch that 80% strategy and fit in a 20%. And this has been consistently what was going on. But what they're trying to do right now is reach out to adult daycare centers, childcare centers, mosques. They're really trying to target specific PIPAC areas. But the people who are given the immunization are still coming from Edina, Eden Prairie, and their time, they have a specific time frame, and that usually doesn't work for many people in the PIPAC community. So there's a transportation issue, the registration issue, but at least they're doing something about it, and we'll reach out and see how we can collaborate. We may need more nurses and more volunteers to come and fill out the forms, because there's a literacy issue, especially the immigrants and refugees. So we will be sending out some volunteer ask, and stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, Fartun. Molly, is it okay if we go a little over for some of the questions that you have received?
Yeah, so I got a lot of direct questions, but I just thought it might be, I know we're going a little bit over, but I thought it might be valuable to open up this space to any questions or comments to anybody on the panel, or not just on the panel, but anybody that's tuning in right now. And then also I wanted everybody to know just real quick that I included a couple links from Leah for a vaccine locator site and then a vaccine sign up form. So those are in there. I'll put them in there again. But yeah, I just think that it might be important that if we just open up the space for anybody else to, ask any questions or anything like that. And those can be put in the chat, or you can just unmute yourself, whatever works.
Okay. Is there anyone trying to type out a question real quick, or can we move on? Oh, that's from Leah. The hotline number Leah just included for if you aren't comfortable going online to sign up for the vaccine, you can call the number in the chat, 1-833-431-2053.
And then if nobody has any comments or anything, then we can move on. I just wanted to open up the space just in case.
Okay. Well, thank you to our 4 panelists. This was very informative, and we appreciate you so much for coming on today and sharing your insights. For the next half hour, we have Dawn Bennett leading us in talking about emotional freedom techniques. So Dawn Bennett, she is the founder of Touch Remedies. She loves empowering individuals from all over the world to embrace powerful new ways to transform themselves through use of emotional freedom techniques. Dawn's practice aims to help people identify and move through emotional challenges, such as feelings of being overwhelmed, lonely, disconnected, anxious, or sad. So Dawn, I invite you to take it away and share with us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And thanks for having me here. Molly, did you have the PowerPoint? Did you want to throw it up? Okay, great. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with emotional freedom techniques. It's also called EFT or tapping. And what my goal is for all of you today is to help you understand how to use this technique when you're under stress, when you are feeling overwhelmed, when you are going to work and working with your children, or struggling with feeling lonely, whatever it is for you, this technique is really powerful. And I'd like to also preface this. Normally I teach this in an hour, but I really still think we can get you the value of it in a half an hour. So next slide, please. So by the end of this, I'd like you to understand how to use basic EFT for yourself. So if I am moving too fast, if you don't understand how to do some of the setup statements, just please feel free to either unmute yourself and ask a quick question, or just drop it in the chat, and Molly or Saffron will we'll kind of interrupt. Next slide is fine. So emotional freedom techniques are tapping. Some of you have seen it. It's used by a lot of counselors, a lot of therapists, social workers. You see a lot of it online if you're looking for those kinds of things. And there's a series of techniques that we as practitioners use. And today I'm going to teach you the basic technique. And what's lovely about EFT is that it reduces your stress hormones, cortisol. It decreases feelings of anxiety, feelings of loneliness, feelings of depression. And I love it because you can use this with yourself, with your family members, with your children when you're in states of stress. And what that does is it allows you to see your situations from a new and healthier perspective. Next slide, please. So what I really want to focus on today is neutralizing emotions around current, past, and future events. Right? It's also good for pain. It's good for cravings. It's good for fears and phobias. That's my mom up at Taylor's Falls, Minnesota, if those of you that are familiar with it, sitting on the edge of a cliff. She'd been afraid of heights since she was young, right? And at the age of 64, after a few sessions, she was standing on the edge of the wall, looking over the edge, saying, yay, now I can go play with my grandkids, because she was afraid every time they got close to the edge of a cliff that they'd fall off. She was also afraid of deep water. So these are the kind of things that you can use it for to empower your life and your family life to be stronger. So today we're going to work with specific events. And if you have a pen and paper handy, that would be helpful, because I'll just guide you through some ways to do this. Next slide. I'll also, or Molly can drop a PDF into the chat box that has the full instructions and has the tapping points. So you can also print it up, you can save it, you can use it for yourself whenever you need. But I do want to back up just for a brief moment for everybody's kind of safety and well-being. There are times when it's best to work with a practitioner. And what I usually recommend with people is, if you've, like a lot of us have ACEs, if you're familiar with that, right? Adverse childhood experiences. We've had abuse. We've seen trauma. We've had emotionally overwhelming things happen to us, right? And if that's your case, please don't work those situations using EFT. So that doesn't mean you can't use tapping on your own for, feeling overwhelmed at work or feeling overwhelmed with your kids or like you're not good enough or whatever it is that you're feeling in the moment. But don't go back and work on those situations on your own because it can be emotionally overwhelming. It can be triggering. It can kind of re-traumatize. So I just ask that you use this to empower yourself around those things that are kind of your daily life. And when you need more support, reach out for that in whatever way that you can. Next slide, please.
Yeah, and Dawn, I wasn't able to get that PDF to work, so if you want to drop that in the chat.
Sure, absolutely. I can do that. I actually meant to grab that before I jumped on, so it was ready to go. Let's see, there we go. So you can go, so the 5 C's of EFT. I'll drop the bit.ly link in there. People can jump on that. And if it doesn't work, I also have it. Let's see, I did save it here as well. There we go. So here's kind of the long version. Worst case scenario, we'll have Isuroon send it out after the event. So the 5 C's of EFT. When we are in emotionally heightened situations, when we're fearful, we're stressed, we're overwhelmed, we're in a state of grief, it's hard to focus and make decisions, right? Sometimes we're not in our body as clearly, we're not present with our own strength as women and solid in what it is that we want and what it is we need. And we can get into places of self-doubt. So what EFT is really powerful for is it helps bring calm around the situation. So instead of being like, oh my gosh, how am I going to get this done? How am I going to get my kids to school and get all this stuff done for work and make dinner or whatever it is for you? By tapping down those emotions, it brings us calm, which gives us clarity. And our mind will, such a powerful thing, right? Starts coming up with ways to achieve what we want. So we have the courage and the confidence to move forward in our life in a really centered, present, powerful way. Right? And today I've heard so many women, when I've been on the calls, talk about the powers they have, right? Coming to their country and trying to learn what's the difference between Latino and Hispanic, and how do I learn the language, and how do I find a job, and how do I integrate this? How do I make sure that there's equality? How do I bring my children forward? Right? These are other powerful times that we can use EFTs when we're in this state of flux or confusion, because we all have that courage deep within inside us. Next slide. So now I'm going to teach you how to do EFT for yourself. So you can take notes if you wish, but the big key to a successful EFT session, successful tapping for yourself, is identifying a specific event in time. And the time can be right now, past, or the future. So what does that mean? Well, right now I'm sitting here and maybe my computer crashes and I know I have a big event that I'm supposed to be talking about. And I'm going, oh my gosh, my computer's not working. Right? I can just start tapping the points, and I'll show you the points in just a moment, right? Just tapping the points, bringing my body back to a place of calm. It can be in the past. So one of the examples I talk about all the time is fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago. So even though I feel sadness when I think about fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago, right? Or it can be future. When I think about going to that job interview, when I think about how I'm going to pay my bills next month, when I think about having to confront my boss or my coworker or asking for a raise or whatever it is we're trying to do for ourselves. We want a really specific event, basically a specific situation, a specific time and space that can be right now, past, or future. And then you identify how you feel thinking about it right now. So with the example of fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago, I might have been angry back then, but right now I feel sad that I fought with my sister. So I can't change how I felt 2 weeks ago, but my brain has the link to that fight through that sadness. So when I want to free myself from emotional situations, right, that worry, that stress, the grief, the anger, I look at how do I feel when I think about that right now? And where in my body do I feel it? Because our body will store our emotions places, right? I've been doing massage for 23 years. And it's so interesting. I'll work on somebody and like, oh, my grandma used to touch me there. I used to place her hand on my shoulder like that. Or my mom used to rub my hands like that when I was a child, right? Or that's an injury from, a car accident, or that's when I fell off my bike when I was 4. And so all of those emotions and memories also get stored in our tissues. So when we address where it is in our tissues, as well as where it is and what we're feeling about in our mind, it helps actually change how our brain processes it. It changes our amygdala, right? Our fight, flight, freeze mechanism in our brain. So we don't produce those stress hormones, and we can come, as I mentioned, from calm and clarity. And then you want to rate how strong do you feel the emotion from 0, meaning I'm not feeling it, all the way up to 10, meaning it's extremely overwhelming. And the reason why we rate it is when we do EFT, when we do a successful tapping session, a successful round, we want to notice that there's change. We want our emotional intensity to shift, or where we feel it, or what we feel about it to shift. So this will be a little bit more clear as I move on and as we do some examples together. But these are kind of the keys. Okay, next slide, please, Molly. So when you identify your event, you want it to be as specific and detailed as possible. For example, I might say feeling overwhelmed. Well, what is that? And I see my subscript didn't come through. Right, feeling overwhelmed, when I start thinking about feeling overwhelmed, I could feel overwhelmed right now. And then I can tap on, I'm feeling overwhelmed, I'm feeling overwhelmed, I'm feeling overwhelmed. But if I start thinking about last week when I was overwhelmed, my brain might go to all the times where I've had too much to do, all the times that I didn't know how to deal with a situation. Right, so it can be emotionally overwhelming for the brain to work on something so broad. What might be better when you're identifying your event is really what's making you overwhelmed right now, or in the past, or in the future. So a better event would be thinking about the list of what I have to do for the kids and for work today, and not knowing how to coordinate it all. Is that clear? Does that make sense? You with me? So if you told me your event and I couldn't picture what happened when you described it, it's probably not specific enough. So once again, if it's too overwhelming, have someone support you through it. Next slide, please, Molly. So another thing, like I'm afraid of what's going to happen to myself financially. Right? Your brain starts thinking about that time when you're 4 and you wanted a candy bar and you couldn't afford it. Right? Or the time you were 20 and you couldn't pay your car payment, or not being able to pay your bills next month, right? So what is the fear of finances? Even the fear I might not be able to pay my bills. Well, what happens if we can't pay our bills? Does that bring shame on us as women? Right? Does that mean I might lose my car? Does that mean I might not be able to pay my rent? What does that mean? Right? So be really specific about what is that financial thing I'm actually worried about. So thinking about looking at my bank statement and seeing only $80 in my account, or thinking about not being able to buy that candy bar when I was 4, or thinking about not the time that I couldn't pay my car payment when I was 20. Right? So something really clear. So what I'd like you all to do is just jot down something that you want to work on today, something that is just really light, maybe something that's bothered you recently, something that's caused some stress. Maybe you're afraid of getting COVID. Maybe you're afraid you can't get the vaccine. Maybe you're worried about a job interview. Be really specific and just write down something specific, an event. How you feel thinking about it right now. And then where, if anywhere, do you feel it in your body? And if you don't feel it in your body, that's okay, right? Sometimes it's really clear. I feel tightness in my chest, or I feel flipping in my stomach, butterflies, or I feel a headache coming in the back of my head. Sometimes it can be as little as like, oh, I just had a twinge in my little toe. right? Or I feel a little spacey. I feel like I'm not in my body at all when I think about this. Right? But some of us don't feel in our bodies because it's not safe to be in our bodies. Right? Or we're just not very kinesthetic, and that's okay as well. So if you don't feel it anywhere in your body, just skip that part and leave it out. It won't hurt anything. And now rate the level of intensity of what you're feeling about your event right now from 0 to 10. So how strong is it on a scale? Okay. Is everybody with me? Are there any questions? You can go to the next slide, Molly. Are there any questions about identifying your event? You can drop it in the chat if you want to give examples of the events that you're working with. You may, if you want to unmute and ask a question, this is a great time to do that. Great. Next slide, please, Molly. So I'm going to keep using the example of my sister because it's the one I used in all my classes, and people can relate to arguing with family often or having a challenge with a family member. So when we do our full setup statement, when we're doing EFT for ourselves, the first half of our statement is going to honor what is. So even though I'm feeling whatever emotion you're feeling, in whatever body part you're feeling it, plus your event. So in my example of my sister, even though I feel sadness in my stomach, thinking about fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago. And the second half is a self-acceptance phrase. So most often in EFT, we use I deeply and completely accept myself. But often we're taught that we shouldn't accept ourselves or we can't accept ourselves because we're not allowed to. Or perhaps we're in a place of shame or of guilt. So you can say, I'm open to accepting myself, or I'm open to accepting the situation, or I accept I feel this way. I accept I feel sad about fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago. Because we want something positive and present that helps our brain say, yes, even though there is this thing, or there is this thing that's challenging us, that's taking us out of ourselves, out of our own strength and power, here's our power back. So even though, amygdala, you're telling us that we're in fear, we're in fight, we're in flight, we're in freeze, we're sadness, it's okay to be that way. And that helps shift not only your brain pattern, but the hormones that are attached to it. So you can come from that place of confidence and choice, okay? So in my example, even though I feel sadness in my stomach, thinking about fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago, I deeply and completely accept myself. So everyone's got their event written down. And what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to teach you the tapping points, and I want you to repeat, tap with me, repeat the same phrases that I'm saying. Because what we often find is even though I'll be talking about this imaginary fight with my sister, we all have similar emotions, right? Our brain puts these things in a box. We put arguments with our family, our feelings of self-worth, how successful we are as mothers or as career ladies or as partners or whatever it is for ourselves in little boxes. And our brain accesses that box and tells us how to interact with it in our lives. So as you tap with me, you may notice that your own event changes even though you're not even thinking about it. Okay, next slide, please. So this is how you're going to do the EFT process, and this is in that PDF. And once again, if you don't have the PDF, if you can't access it, it'll be sent out. We'll make sure that we get it to you. So the side of the hand is where you do your setup statement, and you're going to repeat it 3 times. So that's what we just talked about. So repeat after me. Even though I'm feeling sadness in my stomach, thinking about fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago, I deeply and completely accept myself. By the way, as a side note, some people will ask if you have to say it out loud. You don't have to. But when you do say it out loud, it also engages your voice and your hearing. So when you're working with yourself and you have this safe space to say it out loud, it does engage different parts of your brain. So it can sometimes move things faster. So if you want to say it out loud, you may. Even though I'm feeling sadness in my stomach, thinking about fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago, I deeply and completely accept myself. So even though I feel sadness in my stomach, thinking about fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago, I deeply and completely accept how I feel. Okay. Now, all the rest of the points that we're tapping, you only have to say the emotion that you feel and your body part if you feel it anywhere, because we're just reminding our brain what we're working with and using it as focus. So the first spot's the top of the head. Perfect. So in this example, I would say sadness in my stomach. And if tapping feels too intense for you, by the way, you can rub. So people that are sensitive to tapping, you can rub, you can touch, and it still works. The next spot is between the eyebrow. So you can tap one side, you can tap both sides, you can tap them together. It doesn't matter. Whatever feels right for you. Okay. So sadness in my stomach, the emotion, the body part. The next spot is the side of the eye, right at your temples. Once again, one side, two sides, doesn't matter. Sadness in my stomach, right? The emotion, the body part. The next is under the eye. Sadness in my stomach. Then under the nose, between the nose and the lip. Sadness in my stomach. Under the mouth, sadness in my stomach. Under the collarbones. So if you kind of go the collarbones, there's a soft spot just to either side. Once again, this is often when we do both sides because it's a really powerful point for most people. If you don't have both hands free, use one hand, it's okay. Whatever you can do is just perfect. Sadness in my stomach. And the last spot's under the arm, kind of right about the side of the chest. Sadness in my stomach. If it's more comfortable to tap the same side, you can do that too. With kids, I say, just pretend like you're a monkey. Because this is great for children. If you have children, just tap with sadness in my stomach. Okay, then you'd stop, take a breath. You could take water if you want. That is one round. So talking all the way from the setup statement, all the way to tapping underneath my arm, that's one round. After each round, you evaluate, what's the level of my emotional intensity? Has the emotion changed or has the body part changed? If any of those things have shifted, you've done a successful round of tapping. Okay. Now note that I might have started at a level of sadness of 4 with my sister, and then it may go up because maybe I didn't allow myself to feel the sadness because I had to hold it together. And sometimes when you tap, it gets a little bit stronger before it goes away. So just know that's common. Keep tapping until it goes away, until it goes down to at least a 2 or under. 2 to a 0. Okay. So sometimes you're tapping and it's not sadness anymore. Now it's anger. Like, how dare she say that to me? And that's okay. So now I just do another round, even though I feel anger at my chest, thinking about what my sister said to me in that fight 2 weeks ago. Is that clear? So you're just going to keep tapping until that event is clear. So let's do one more round just so you get the hang of it. So let's pretend that it changed for me. So side of the hand, even though I feel anger in my chest. Thinking about fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago. I deeply and completely accept how I feel. Even though I feel anger in my chest. Thinking about fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago. I deeply and completely accept how I feel. So even though I feel anger in my chest. Thinking about fighting with my sister 2 weeks ago. I deeply and completely accept how I feel. Top of the head, anger in my chest. Great. Between the eyes, anger in my chest. Side of the eyes, anger in my chest. Under the eyes, anger in my chest. Under the nose, anger in my chest. Under the mouth, anger in my chest. Collarbones, anger in my chest. And under the arms, anger in my chest. All right, take a breath. and just peek back at your event. And I'm curious to see, throw it in the chat box, has the intensity of the event that you wrote down changed? Either the level of intensity, the emotion, or the body part when you tune into it. Just throw it in the chat box. Yes, no, what's changed? So this is the full technique, and it's the easiest way to really address an issue that's been bothering you or something that's kind of more chronic that you're dealing with on a regular basis. But when you're in a state, when you're emotionally upset, great, I love it, Jamie. A little lower stress, body feels like I got a massage. I feel less bothered by it. Perfect, right? And you didn't even tap on your own stuff. And this is how powerful EFT can be. So anytime you're feeling stressed, if you don't have time to do all the points, just do the points that are available. If you're in the middle of feeling overwhelmed and you're cooking at the stove or you're driving down the road, just start tapping, because right now you're feeling it. So you can just tap. Okay. So just know it's a really good tool. And I encourage people, when you start, try doing just like 5 minutes a day. So that way it comes to the top of the mind when you are in a stressful situation. And let's say you're on a Zoom call with a bunch of people and you can't really start tapping because, you know, people might think you're crazy or something. You can do what's called stealth tapping. You don't have to hit all the points in order for it to be effective. So maybe you just need to think about that for a minute. So you can be rubbing the point on your chest, you rub the point here, yeah, that's really interesting. Or you can tap your fingers together under the table. So I can just be sitting here tapping, nervous that I'm speaking, or nervous that I have to give a presentation to my boss, or wondering what's happening to my kid upstairs while they're trying to do their schoolwork and I'm down here working. So you can use this as a helpful tool to regulate so you can focus and really be in your power. Next slide, please, Molly. Are there any questions?
I have a question. Can we use this tool with our clients? So like with, I work in like as an intern, a therapy intern, and you know, like we deal with a lot of like stress and anxiety and all of that. So is it, you know, okay to use it with our client?
It is. I would be careful about, you know, trying to explore anything deep. But what I do like with my nephews and what I do with people that I'm not working with like super professional level is I'll just say, oh, you're, you know, okay, so you're anxious. Just tap the points with me while you're telling me the story. And you can actually just have them tap while they're telling the story or while they're feeling overwhelmed. Like, okay, just breathe with me, right? You know, people can get anxious. Just say, okay, just take a deep breath, feel your feet on the floor, and just tap along with me. Just tap, just breathe, and it'll help them neurally regulate. You can go to the next slide, Molly, as well. I am doing a full 1 hour class Thursday, March 18th at 11:45 a.m. Isuroon will be sending out the link. So I'll go a little bit more into detail then about how to maybe use it with your clients and how to use it more specifically, because it is a really powerful technique and it can be really beneficial. And I love empowering people to work with it. So that's a great question. Thank you, Nasra. Any other questions?
And I just want to reiterate, I'll put the link for the Zoom meeting in the actual chat today, but also we'll send out an email with follow-ups regarding everybody's presentations and information that they have shared throughout the day.
Thank you, Dawn, for coming such a short notice.
No problem.
And we will be working together. We will offer 3 sessions as the trial for the George Floyd's murder starts. So we'll be reaching out. We will assemble a team of mental health professionals and to help the community go through the trial issue. So I appreciate you. I completely testify. You guys get reach out to Dawn, and she can be helpful to you and your staff and your family.
Thank you for having me, and I hope this empowers you all throughout these challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dawn. And now it looks like we're gonna move on to the next panel, which is anti-racism within the social services. And Lydia from the Isuroon team is going to be introducing our panelists and passing it along.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lydia Nelson. I'm the operations coordinator in Burnsville. So we're going to move on to a panel about anti-racism within the social services. And as other speakers have talked about, Minnesota has some of the greatest racial disparities in education, health, and many other areas. So the panelists that we have today, working with my colleagues in Lejeune, are all recent graduates or they're in school and work in the social services field. And they're all committed to learning how to be anti-racist in their work. So we're gonna have a brief conversation about what anti-racism means to them and how they practice it to help reduce those racial disparities and address racial discrimination through their work. So our first speaker is Hanan Adam. She's a social worker at Isuroon who provides mental health and social services here. She's a recent graduate from St. Catherine University's Master of Social Work program, and she's passionate about helping to build bridges, and break stigmas. She knows the importance of mental health awareness and is currently working with the Isuroon team to launch our mental and behavioral health clinic as we strive to normalize mental health awareness and care within Minnesota's East African communities. We also have Ramla Elmi, who is a refugee program coordinator here at Isuroon. She's dedicated her life to helping others and making a difference in her community. She has a background in public health, social, biological, and environmental sciences, and she's a recent graduate from University of Minnesota, Twin Cities. Some of her recent work includes working at St. Francis Hospital as a lab assistant and volunteering at her local mosque. And maybe, Ramla, do you just want to say hi so that we can pull you up here on the screen? We'll do this for each person.
Yes, thank you, Lydia. Happy International Women's Day, everyone. It's nice to see all of you guys here with us today.
Thank you. Hanan, can you say hi? I just want to pull your video up here for everybody.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Like Ramla said, it's really great to be here today.
Awesome. All right, next we have Liz Fromholtz. She's currently a social work intern at Isuroon. She's working on completing her master's at St. Mary's University. Liz is passionate about working with human trafficking survivors. She hopes to one day work with human trafficking survivors in a program setting to foster rest and rehabilitation to those who come for services. Liz, if you could just say hi.
Hey, happy International Women's Day.
And then Sadie Clark. Sadie is also a social work intern at Isuroon. She's currently working on her master's degree in social work from the U of M, University of Minnesota. Having previously lived in Tanzania, Sadie developed a passion for working with the East African community. She hopes to one day move back to Tanzania and open a social service agency. Hello, Sadie.
Hi, thank you for having me.
And then last but not least, we have Muna Mohammed. She's our youth coordinator at Isuroon. She's been working with Isuroon for over 2 years, which is creating many learning opportunities for her. Muna enjoys giving back to the community through her work at Isuroon as she takes on leadership and mentoring roles. Can you just say hi, Muna?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, so thanks all of you guys for joining us today. And just to note, anti-racism is something that we're all always learning, and none of us are here claiming to be experts. So we're just inviting you to join us in this conversation and hope that it sparks some ideas about how you can move forward in your own anti-racism work. So the first question that we have here is just, what is anti-racism? How would you define it? And what does it mean to you in your personal or professional life?
So for me, I think of it as on a spectrum of like on one side we have immoral, which is racism, and then on the other side we have moral, which would be like anti-racism, and somewhere in the middle we have like bystanders. And for me, anti-racism is like the action of doing and being a part of the change, as opposed to like just saying, oh yay, let me tweet this, let me do this. And I think like one thing is I got into social services because it is for me to like a way to not be a bystander and be able to help and do something and help change, make changes happen.
For me, learning, understanding what anti-racism was, it took a while. I grew up in a small town in Wisconsin where everyone who was teaching me, everyone in my classes was white, and I myself was. And a lot of the lessons I had around racism were simply, don't be racist. It was coming at it in a colorblind approach of, we're all equal and then everything will be okay. And as I've got more into higher education, I learned about anti-racism and that it's a practice that you have to take every day, moment by moment. It's not something you just simply master and then can go about life. And with being white, learning about anti-racism did come with some shame and guilt that I encountered from, you know, ancestors of mine and what the world was like and taking on the blame. And a lesson that I've been taught is, while you have that blame, is to sit with that discomfort and use courage and compassion to move forward in that. And rather than avoiding or just simply living that we're all equal, understanding how we are not equal and moving forward to change that.
Yeah, for me also, being anti-racist means to me is speaking up publicly, and that means more than just liking a tweet or making a post about it. We have to look within ourselves and ask ourselves, what am I going to do? How can I be the change? How can I enact change? We have to pause and ask ourselves these questions first and foremost. What can we do to stop the racial divide and injustices that we see and or face in our daily basis, on a daily basis, whether that's at the grocery store, at the post office, in our schools, or at our workplace, we have to speak up publicly about it. I think that's really important.
When I think of anti-racism, I think of Ibram Kendi. He wrote a book called How to Be an Anti-Racist. And when I think of how I can be an anti-racist in my work and the things that I do, I think of this quote that he says, the opposite of racism isn't not racist. It is anti-racist. What's the difference? One endeavors either the idea of a racial hierarchy as a racist or racial equality as an anti-racist. One either believes problems are rooted in groups of people as a racist or locates the roots of the problem in power and policies as an anti-racist. One either allows racial inequalities to preserve as a racist or confronts the racial inequalities as an anti-racist. So to me, it's like, what are we doing on the policy level? What are we doing in our social interactions? And where are we seeing the problem of racism? And it's not simply just not being racist. It's speaking up when somebody is saying something that is racist, or standing up for somebody who is kind of being walked all over, things like that.
Yeah, so I'm connecting it to Ramla's point. I truly think anti-racism isn't just about making a post or a tweet, but I think there's a term that we might all know called like performance activism. So I think really avoiding that and actually being the stand that you want to be taking and going out for your community, protesting, fighting kind of what you feel like as if it's right. So I think it's more than just online. And I feel like, especially these days where social media has such a big platform, many of us think like just a post or a tweet it's doing things, but in reality, being out there, making your voice heard, I think it's a big thing. So yeah.
All right, thanks everyone so much for sharing. I think we have a lot of questions left. So as we move forward, if we can have maybe 3 or 4 people answer each question and just be mindful of who's talked on each question and give each other space there. So the next question is, how can social workers or people working in the social services promote anti-racism in our environment? Maybe if you have a specific example that you want to share.
I think one thing I am actively doing is being aware and like being willing to learn, and if I need to, being willing to teach, because sometimes like for me, like I may not be aware, like for me, I'm held really aware, and so being able to just be like, this is a problem I see, let me figure out how can I change, and then how can I learn to change that thing. If someone calls me out on something, I'm like, yep, tell me what did I do wrong, because like it's not going to change if you don't like call me out on it, because I may have not known it, or whoever it is, I like felt something and I'm like, oh yo, this made me feel this way, and being able to like call people out, and so that they can learn, and then I can teach them if I need to, but like I don't have to if they don't want to.
Yeah, I often think of like checking my biases and understanding and looking at my biases and the biases that I have coming into social work and working with a certain kind of person or a certain group or whatever it is, so that if I'm aware of my biases, I can change them and confront them. And then also if like Hanan said, that when somebody does come to me and they're like, hey, I saw this bias here, or I saw you maybe be racist here or something like that, or maybe you wouldn't help this person because of said bias or whatever. I think that that's important to be checking those as a social worker and in the social work field.
And just to add what Hanan said about learning, an important part of that is listening. And we have to listen to understand and learn, not just to respond. So I think that's really important whenever we're having conversations about race, to listen as well.
I'm a clinical social worker, so when I encounter racism, it's usually in a session with a person, and finding within myself the ability not to get out of my chair and say, you said what? And approach the subject with a client is, it's difficult, because the person's in a really vulnerable spot when they're talking to you. And yet, on the other hand, this is a deeply held belief that a person has. So I've been working on this one for a long time. And I'd love to talk to other therapists about it, about how do you approach racism when it comes up in session. And first we have to do it with ourselves. And I put in the comments section a self-assessment that I think therapists might want to take a look at. I was working, in the west side of the city, and it's changing. And so with the change came a lot of racism that I saw coming into the agency. So I'm still working on it. If you got any suggestions, let me know.
I think to add on to that, sometimes it gets uncomfortable if you get called out. And so like one thing is learning how to be uncomfortable with being uncomfortable. Learning to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that's really hard, especially if someone's like, yo, you did this, and you like, sometimes it's not intentional. So it's like, oh my God, I didn't mean to do that. And so it's hard. But I think being able to like learn how to be uncomfortable makes it so much easier.
Yeah, thanks so much for adding that, Hanan. Yeah, and we also have Liz here with us. I'm so sorry, Liz. Liz is our clinical supervisor at Isuroon. And I don't have a bio for her ready, but thanks for joining us and giving us your perspective. And then Nasra, Molly put Nasra's bio in the chat here too. So feel free to chime in, Nasra, if you would like to join the conversation as well. So the next question that we have here is a lot of the things that we talked about are like bias and things that are in in our personal lives. So how can social workers or whatever your position is in the social work field, social services field, be better advocates and confront racist structures?
Oh. Lydia, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so how can social workers, whether it's in your work or outside of work, be better advocates and confront racist structures?
You know, my name is Nasra Suleiman, and thank you, Molly, for putting my bio in the chat. I had the privilege to work with Isuroon and the honor to work with all of these beautiful ladies and everybody. Actually, I appreciate that. So I believe that as a social worker, whether you're a BIPOC social worker or a white social worker, it is very important to check your own biases and to check your own stereotypes and all the beliefs that you have from the time you grow up. So when you were younger, we all had socialization through different, ways of socialization. So sometimes we are not aware of the things that we do and how we come off and how our words or actions can come off to other people. So checking yourself first is very important. And I think Hanan talked about this, but it's the first step in order to learn something is knowing that there is a problem there. So if you don't know that there is a problem, there's no way you're going to fix it. And also learning. Learning is very important, and it can do a lot of change in the person. There is another thing called dialogue. Just learning about dialogue and implementing that within your own inner circle, within your family. Start with your own little circle, and then expand to your workplace, to everywhere. Be an advocate, be a support to those people who are marginalized, and support not just by talking, by action, and by being involved in every way possible through your own power, because everybody have some power somewhere. So just use your own power to empower someone else.
I think also not being able to not being scared to speak up when you see that something is an issue. So like if you see that someone's acting in a way that doesn't sit well with you, then being able to be like, hey, you're my coworker and I see this, but if this were to happen with a client, it may offend them. And being willing to be like, in the future, this is what I would have done, or if this is a suggestion. And so being able to and willing to like change once that happens, and being able on both sides. And I think also with like being an advocate doesn't just mean like, oh, let me, like they were like Muna and Ramla were saying earlier, just tweet and yada yada, but like being actually part of that change and making those changes happen.
All right, Muna or Sadie, do you guys have any thoughts here, or do we want to move on to the next question?
All I was going to say, and something I try to do in the work, is approaching every scenario with curiosity. Like I said before, I think something we learn about a lot is like cultural competency. And I don't really like that phrase because I think it leans to the fact that you could ever be culturally competent on something. And I don't think there's, in my opinion, you can't reach a level of full competency. Even your own culture, how that looks different from family to family. It's the same as culture is different from your own. And I think an important way to approach situations is curiosity, checking your biases, understanding who you are and where you come from. And then those who aren't from those same places, where they're from, ask questions, find out before you assume.
Thanks, Sadie. And that also brings up something that we wanted to talk about, which is the difference between cultural competency, which is a big buzzword these days in social work schools, and anti-racism. So what would you guys say is the difference between those two? And yeah, how do you practice either or both?
I don't like the word cultural competency because, like Sadie said, it's very hard to be culturally competent in any culture. Like, I feel like I couldn't even be culturally competent in my own culture. So like, I'd prefer, like, I like the word cultural humility because that kind of tells us to be like being humble and being able to like learn. And, you know, it's like, and it kind of will meet into what anti-racism is and helping with like, if you're culturally humble, then you're able to help with anti-racism and changing whatever system is happening.
Right. Any thoughts from anyone else there?
Can I ask what is the official definition of cultural competency? Because I do agree with Hannah, but what is the official title?
Yeah, I
part of
can.
it?
The official definition of cultural competency is it encourages the acknowledgement and acceptance of differences in appearance, behavior, and culture. So yeah. So overall, the ability to understand, communicate with, and effectively interact with people across cultures.
Yeah, I think the definition changes too according to the context that people are talking about it in. So maybe like with Sadie and Hanan are talking about cultural competency, they're talking about like being completely proficient in a culture. Is that what you guys are saying? Which is maybe different than what Hanan was talking about. Do either of you want to clarify more on that or no?
Since I'm the senior of the group, I can answer that. I think what is happening right now that everyone thinks cultural competency you can learn from a curriculum that someone had designed. And frankly, when I hear that, I both get angry and also laugh. And the best way that you can really get cultural competency is not forcing it. Because when you fake, you don't look authentic at all. And having few words about we're going to do cultural competence and equity, people can see through you. When you have less than 1% of staff on your team and you serve 90% Black and Brown people, when all your leadership are not the people who are receiving your service, when there's nothing besides serving people in need, that you don't have a relationship whether that are not like crisis mode or need-based relationship. It will be when you hire people and when you have friends that organically you develop understanding and deal with your own self-aware, and you're not conscious all the time. Oh my God, I've seen this white, a Black person. One of the providers I was training a couple of years ago said, I'm so okay, and as soon as I see a minority person, I become so nervous because I want to do it right. And I said, because you want to do it right, you turn pale. And then the Black person is going to, what is wrong with this person? Is this going to person faint on me while they're doing exam on me? And I said, just
they're not wild animal to tame. Just take your notes down, looking them in the eye, and say, "How are you?" And get to know them, and don't just get to know them at the hospital or at the clinic. Try to tutor, try to understand what's going on. So it really, what I would define is do not force it. It's not a curriculum. It's not a check that you check and say, all of a sudden I understand cultural humility because someone did it on a PowerPoint. That's actually what's killing. And the second last thing I would say is, if you want to understand what culture is, be a student. Don't just come to teach something to a Black and brown person, but say, the attitude of, I really don't know. I want to learn. And when you come with that attitude, your superiority doesn't show up. You become a student. And being a student is the best place to be. And many people who are successful, white people, allies of immigrants and Black people, are very student mindset. And they really not only survive, they build bridges. So that's what I'm thinking. Don't fake it. It's just not working.
Thank you, Fartun. I'm going to think about that. All right. Well, we have a couple minutes left in our panel. So I'm looking at what we have left. So if anyone in the meeting has questions, you can type those into the chat. Otherwise, if people want to talk about, let's see, just how anything that we have talked about today shows up in your own life, whether that's through like a relationship with someone or something that you're currently practicing as far as anti-racism.
Can I tag on to what Fartun just said?
Please do.
The other thing is to learn to appreciate when you do learn something about a culture. And this is my best example. It doesn't matter what surgery I've had or what illness I've had, and I've had plenty over the last 5 years. Do you know who's the first one at my door with food and warmth and kindness? Miss Fartun Wiley. And that experience teaches me so much about the Somali culture. And that it's not just get well on a Facebook page or something. It's actual, genuine reaching out. And that example encompasses so much about your culture that I now know and love. And so learn to appreciate and learn to recognize when you are learning something of such value.
That's beautifully said. I just wanted to comment that most African cultures have a lot of warmth. Fartun has a big heart for everybody. So I just want to say that appreciating the person's culture and then recognizing that is beautiful.
Yeah. Coming into Isuroon, there's a lot of wealth of knowledge and hospitality from you all. And it's definitely something that I'm personally very thankful for. And for you all sharing your wisdom with us today. We are almost out of time, but if anyone wanted to talk about how we pass information about anti-racism on to the people who come after us, I think that's the last question that we wanted to address today.
I think so. I think this is where in social work we're all required to do supervision. And I think this is where it's it's great because we are able to pass down whatever knowledge we've learned about being anti-racist or whatever we've learned in our field, and whatever mistakes we've made, we can pass it on to those that are now coming out of college or are now coming from a rural area or something, and teaching them how, like, this is what mistakes I've made and this is what I've learned, and this is what what helped me. And so I think that being able to have the supervision or having someone, a mentor or something, to be there for you is very helpful and goes a long way.
Well, I'm feeling inspired to take what I'm learning at Isuroon and be able to create either an article for the Isuroon website or one that we can share regarding addressing racism during therapy sessions. That sounds like a topic that I would like to tackle. As I see interns at Isuroon, I've learned so much about addressing anti-racism and the value of the research that interns are doing for Isuroon. So I'm feeling inspired to contribute to that. So hopefully we can find some data and create some data about addressing racism when working with mental health in Minnesota.
Something I would like to see is this to start being taught in curriculum from the beginning. I know for me, something I found out a lot of what wasn't taught to me, even starting in elementary school, in history classes. And for example, following the murder of George Floyd, my school district, one of the past graduates had written a letter to the school district saying, this is what was missed in my education. Here is what I hope you pass down to the future generation. So still waiting to see how the school district follows up on that. But I think that is something that would be important across all education and school districts to make sure that we're giving the correct and true information at like an age appropriate way, but it's still important to be taught. So that's something that I see that happens as far as education.
Yeah, there's so much to go into there. We could just keep talking forever, I'm sure. But thank you so much to everyone who has shared today. And I think we're going to go back to Molly now to introduce our last panel for the day on education disparities, I believe.
Yeah, so seems like a fitting transition. Our last panel today is going to be addressing the education gaps. And today we have with us Nasra Suleiman, who thank you for participating in the last panel as well, Nasra. But Nasra is an MSW clinical student at Augsburg and currently an intern at the Associated Clinic of Psychology as a mental health practitioner. She has her BSW at Metropolitan State University and an AA in sociology. She's worked and volunteered in various human service agencies within the Twin Cities, including Isuroon. And she is an advocate for children and their families who have experienced mental health issues in the Somali community by offering insight into different resources. Also joining us today is Michael Abubakar Luseni, who has been a school administrator for 9 years, working with students, parents, and teachers to decrease the opportunity gap. Before becoming a principal at Heritage School, Mr. Luseni served in leadership roles such as assistant principal, special education director, special education state technical assistant specialist, working with 9 states in the Midwest. He is currently the principal of Heritage STEM Academy in Minneapolis, Minnesota. As principal, his goal is to explore pathways to enhance academic achievement and boost all staff and students' opportunities to maximize their capacity. As a student leader, Mr. Luseni provides leadership stability, creates a positive collaborative culture, and provides stewardship of shared goals developed with staff. And then lastly, we have joining us Michael Burchard, who is the Associate Vice President of Equity and Inclusion at Inver Hills Community College and Dakota County Technical College. He has dedicated his life to advocacy work for low-income and historically underserved populations. Michael is the co-chair of the Dakota County BIPOC Professionals Employee Resource Group and a leader of the Min State Indigenous Men and Men of Color Work Group. He has taught courses on democratic citizenship, race in America, American Indian Studies, human relations, leadership, and community organizing at North Hennepin Community College, Minneapolis Community and Technical College, St. Cloud State University, and St. Mary's University of Minnesota. So I'd like to welcome you all today. And if you all want to just introduce yourselves real quick and say a couple words, just so your faces come up on the top bar.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, and I will
Hello.
go ahead and.
Hello, I'm Michael Bichard. Thank you for letting me be a part of this.
Welcome. Sorry about that. I pronounced your name incorrectly, but
Oh,
Michael Bichard.
you were good. No worries.
So with that, we have some questions prepared today. So one of the first things that we wanted to address, also, Nasra, could you unmute yourself and say hello real quick? Because I think you popped away after.
Hi, my name is Nasra Suleiman.
Okay, cool. Thank you. But the first question we have today is, how do you think that distance learning will affect the existing educational gaps? And whoever wants to begin with that can go ahead.
Well, I will start. Again, this is Michael Luceni, I'm the principal at Heritage Academy. We already had a gap that was there prior to the pandemic, and I think the pandemic made it wider. But it also highlighted some of the things that we need to work on to improve education for our students.
I can jump in. First, I just want to say thanks for inviting me into this space with all of you. To be honest, I really debated if this is the platform that I should be speaking. And I accepted the invitation because it came from Fartoon, of course, and I want to model, of course, not perfectly, what allyship can look like and what an accomplice in this work can look like. So thanks for extending me the opportunity. So one of the things that I would say related to this topic is, one of the things I hear around COVID is that we want to get back, when we get back to normal, And the reality is I don't want to go back to normal, because what normal looked like for my community was low outcomes in around education, right? So if going back to normal means that BIPOC communities will continue to have low outcomes around education, then we need to figure this out. We need to go someplace else. And I can tell you, working in higher education, one of the things I often hear is, if only K-12 schools would prepare our students to come into the college and be prepared to take college level classes. And the thing that I often have to remind higher ed is, especially within the Min State colleges and universities of which I work, is that we graduate most of the teachers that work in our K-12 system, right? So if I'm saying, hey, K-12, you all need to do a better job of preparing our students to be ready for college, then I need to look in the mirror, right? It's the same thing around the relationship between law enforcement and BIPOC communities, which we also know isn't very good. Minnesota State graduates 80% of all law enforcement officers in Minnesota. So if there's that relationship that isn't going very well, then we need to look in the mirror at what we're doing. So going back to normal is no longer an option. Our BIPOC communities, in particular Indigenous communities, my own community, we really thrive on interaction and connection. And we've been really struggling with, how do we do this, right? Like, can you hold pipe ceremonies through Zoom? Like, how do we have the virtual powwow group on Facebook and other things, but it's been a real struggle to build that connection with one another. And so I've had to really take it upon myself to be texting my elders and saying, I'm thinking about you, I care about you, calling them and talking to them in that way. And I think that we're missing that piece, because as I was a student in school, the teachers that made the biggest impact on me were the ones that seen me. They recognized who I was. I used to coach basketball for many, many years. And the kids, when a kid would go down the court and he'd make an amazing shot, the other kids on the bench would stand up, I see you, and they recognize the beauty of what they did on the court. And as a person who works in higher ed, it's my job to see my students. And being in this virtual world has been really this struggle of me being able to connect with my students in that way. And I know that I'm missing this, and I can only imagine that our students are also missing this because I hear it often. So I'll pause there.
If I can comment on the social aspect of this, and I appreciate how you talked about how this affects students in terms of socially, and how we don't want to go back into the era before COVID, where like kids their educational gap were actually like very bad, and now it's getting worse. As the other panelist was talking about that, I totally agree with that. And I stress on the importance for students to feel comfortable with the people they learn from. So if kids are, you know, connected with those educators on a human level, on a like BIPOC students need connection. That's what they need. They need to be connected to their teachers, to their principal. They need those teachers and principals to see them and to hear them, as you said. So I totally agree with that point, and I think it's very important. In terms of the pandemic, I feel that it showed a lot of things that we can do in order to help our students get better. You know, help BIPOC students just get more support, you know, and just finding out what are those weak points that we need to help them strengthen and get better at. So I totally, you know, feel that the connection that they are missing, they're gonna still miss, you know, attending Zoom classes, but they also, some of them are doing way better from when they were going to school. So like some like middle schoolers and high schoolers are doing way better because those people are like, they've been bullied in school, or they are like facing racism in school. So some of them are doing well, but we need to talk about what are, you know, the educational gap, what is the educational gap, and how can we support our students there?
And adding on to that and transitioning into the next question, which is how can we support families, especially in this time, in helping their children reach their full potential? And then along with that, are there any specific programs or services that can help improve families' well-being and reduce parents and student stress?
I think from Heritage's perspective, we created an opportunity to communicate with parents. I think we felt that communication was very important because there was just a lot of things happening, parents hearing from different people. There are things on the news. What is the district saying? Some of our parents have multiple students in a household that goes to different schools, so they're getting all of these robocalls. And so what we decided to do was to create a communication chain where we communicated with parents on an individual basis to make sure that we were getting out the most important information. We also created an opportunity to communicate with parents through their children's devices. That created a situation where the parents felt they were part of the school, right? And so each of our kids had an opportunity to have the Zoom link where they will have their parents in the meetings. We often have parent meetings, opportunities to just bring the school in the home, have our staff presenting to parents, giving them that opportunity so they can feel some level of normalcy. And then the last thing we did here was to really create, we saw conferences in a whole different way, right? Before COVID, conferences were announced. Those who can make an appointment made an appointment. Those who can come to the school. What we did was we changed that around. We thought it was important that every parent would receive a phone call from the school. And so those are some of the things that we did to kind of encourage parents to be part of what we do here at the school level.
If it's okay, I'll start my thoughts from more from a policy level, if that's all right. When I think about this question, especially in terms of indigenous communities and those who are living in more rural areas. During COVID, I immediately turned to the idea of we need to expand our state level broadband. Especially for the rural areas, to make sure that our communities are having access to the internet. This is huge. It's a huge issue. But further, I think we also need to make sure that our teachers and our mental health professionals have a really good understanding of not only like tribal cultures, but all of our cultures. Who are the students that they're serving in their schools? And I know earlier there was a conversation about cultural competency or cultural literacy or cultural humility, this type of language. But we really need to be thinking about this. And then provide program that's aimed at breaking down mental health stigmas. So oftentimes in our communities, mental health, if we're having mental health issues, it's looked at as being something like that's bad. And we need to start really as within our own communities, helping to break down those stereotypes and those stigmas around mental health. And what goes along with that is, even in terms of my work as somebody that works in a higher education, is to build stronger relationships with K-12, to build that college-going culture for our BIPOC students. And so being present in their lives and having people like myself and other BIPOC people to be in the schools to build this pipeline so that they can feel comfortable when they're starting to come to our institutions. And that way we can start doing better recruitment around getting more BIPOC counselors, more BIPOC social workers, and more BIPOC mental health professionals, right? So, and then to think about how are the people that we're hiring too, are they multilingual? I mean, sometimes just when I walk into a room and somebody used to say, and I'm not Ojibwe, but somebody used to say "Bonjour," right? Or "Miigwech," right? To thank me for what I'm doing. Wow, that means a lot. That really means a lot. And then providing training around anti-racism and trauma-informed mental health practices. That's particularly important. So people that work in these professions, that they have an understanding of trauma, like trauma-informed healthcare. And then also, I think another area that we really struggle is I think about our undocumented community and our undocumented students and families, is providing a clear understanding of the resources that undocumented communities can access without citizenship, right? So we tend to fall into these homogeneous ways of thinking. Like being undocumented doesn't apply to me, so I don't necessarily think about that. But as somebody who's a professional in this field, it is my responsibility. That is my charge to make sure that our families and our students are succeeding. And so that is my responsibility. So I have to take on that learning myself to figure out what those resources are. Because many of these families, although we're in this COVID moment, are having to work 2 or 3 jobs. So they're not able to be at home with their students. And so oftentimes that older child is not doing their homework, but they're preparing the meal, right? They're preparing the dinner for their siblings, and they're helping them do their homework. And so we have to recognize that these are the barriers upon our families. It's not that the mom and dad doesn't want to be there to help do these things, but it's that they have to be able to make ends meet. They have to pay the electric bill. They have to pay the rent. They have to do all these other things. And so I think sometimes as professionals, I have a good paying job. I'm not worried about where my meal is going to come from tonight. I have to remember that. And that has to be a true reality for me. And I have to have that compassion, that empathy from when I'm working with the families, in particular, the families from our communities that we're talking about today. I'll pause.
Yeah, and one point I wanted to add is that we have to appreciate those who work with us in the schools, bridge those, in like acting like a bridge between us and the students and their families. So cultural liaisons, for example, are amazing staff that needs to be recognized. They need to be paid well, and it has to be programs and support system for those individuals that work with us. Like, I am a mother, and I know that as soon as the pandemic happened, we had an amazing support from the cultural liaison within my kids' school, where like she set up a WhatsApp communication with all the with all families. And she started telling all of these like things that are happening in the school in our language, which is Somali, and just connected with everybody. And then now we are a community. Now, if someone die, if someone, you know, like is sick, something happened, you know, to someone, we just, you know, support each other and we help each other as mothers. So I believe that they are underpaid. Cultural liaisons are underpaid. There are a lot of things happening within the schools, you know, some, you know, racial issues or racism, dealing with our cultural liaisons who are like PIPAC from the PIPAC community. So I believe some of the, you know, we need a lot of programs and a lot of support to our PIPAC students. Lots and lots of support. Anything that can be done for those students and those cultural liaisons and those support system that helps our families, we'll welcome it. You know, when people ask me, what do you want? I say, what we don't want, you know? So like everything to support the education of our future generation will be welcomed, you know? So I won't say this or this, but like everything that the government can offer and can support BIPOC student with, why not? You know, hire more BIPOC teachers, you know, educate them, pay for their student loans, do all that stuff, because it's actually going to pay off later on. So all the programs and support system that those families need, if we actually build those school systems and give them all the support that they need, believe me, we'll have a better generation, stronger generation. And then later on, we won't think about those problems that we're dealing with right now. So that's what I think.
Thank you, Nasra. And kind of going along with that, so educational equity requires equity for all students. Any injustices that happen to students can cause them and future generations great harm. So how do we prevent these generations of injustices within the educational system? And for example, also, how do we prevent educators from discriminating while also modeling non-discriminatory behaviors for non-BIPOC students?
Who wants to take that one first?
We've kind of had a pattern. Michael, you've been starting us off. Do you want to continue that route, or I can go first?
You can go first, Michael.
All right. I guess one of the things that I would say is who gets to set the standard, right? Like for too long, men, and in particular white men, have to think that they get to set the standard for what is right and what is wrong. And so oftentimes in our classrooms, you know, I as a person who works in higher ed, and as the community becomes more diverse at our institutions, I often hear this, you know, where I work is just it's so diverse. It's just so diverse where I work. There's just so many cultures in my classroom. But the reality is who's standing in front of that classroom? It typically doesn't look like people from our communities. And when they're up in front of that classroom, they're setting the moral standard of how things should work in their classroom. And so I think that we have to look at this, like how are we setting those standards within our classroom? And that's an important point. I think back to, so my spouse, she's American Black. And I grew up like many American Indians because of boarding schools and things like this. I grew up as a Catholic. And if you ever go to the Catholic Church, you kneel at the right time, you say amen at the right time. There's like a ritual to how this happens. And then if you ever go to my to church where my spouse would go, a Black church, like as the preacher's preaching, if the Holy Spirit hits you, you raise your arm up, praise Jesus, hallelujah, and you're shouting out a churn, right? And so now you take the kid from the Catholic church and you take the kid from the Black church and you put him in school on Monday morning, and the teacher says, what's 2 + 2? And the Black kid shouts out 4, and the white kid goes to the Catholic school, raises their hand, and does it the proper, like the so-called proper way. Black kid gets sent to the principal's office because they're speaking out of turn. White kid gets praised because they're following the directions, right? So what is that standard that we're creating in that classroom? What is that pedagogy that we're expecting our teachers to start changing and thinking about as we see our classrooms become more diverse? So I think that this is an important aspect. And the other thing that I would say related to this as well is that oftentimes we want to say that our children of color, our BIPOC children, need mentors. They need better mentors. And I remember I volunteer all of the time when my kids were young at their schools. And my younger son, I was volunteering at his school, and when we were done, we said goodbye, we shook hands, and we went our separate ways. And as I was walking away, I walked by his teacher, and we greeted each other, and the teacher caught up with my son, and she said to him, "Oh, Vincent, is that your mentor?" And my son, who's, again, mom is black, is darker than me, said, "No, that's my dad." And when he got home, he said to me, "Dad, how come black kids have to have mentors and white kids get to have dads? How come that is?" And so I can tell you from that moment on, I've changed the way I work with my BIPOC students, in particular the men, and that I'm not talking about mentorship, but I'm talking about leadership, right? So my community doesn't need any more mentors, but what we do need is greater development within our leadership skills, because we are all leaders. How do we pull that? How do we draw that out of our community? How do we draw that leadership, help them to step up to that next level? Again, I get going. I'm a teacher, right? So I get talking a lot. And so I'll pause and I'll let Michael or Nazir follow up with.
Go ahead, Nazir. Since we've already mixed it up, you can go next.
Oh, well, this is a very big topic. Equity in education is a huge topic, and it's a topic that hits every person who studies in regular school, K-12, or in higher education. So like, this is something that I myself experienced here in the United States. So I feel for those children, and I feel for my own children and everybody. I feel like equity in education is just, it's it's a healing process that our country needs to go through, our schools needs to go through, our colleges, our universities. It has a lot of roots, and its roots are in racism. And that's a big subject that needs a lot of work. So like, when we say, how can we support BIPOC students, and how can we support white students, each to see racism and to recognize racism, that requires a lot of programs and requires a lot of policy change. So I believe that changing mindsets is very hard, but advocating is something that we can do. So grassroots for me is where I go always. I feel like if people understand and come together and work with each other and advocate in the legislative level, I feel that if we get good programs for those students, have the right people in the right place in the legislative seats, we might get a lot of work done. So as a teacher, you don't have to be just a teacher. You can be a teacher and you can be an advocate. As a social worker, you don't have to just be a social worker and that's it. You can be a social worker and an advocate. You can be an advocate in all levels, educating yourself, educating your families about what is going on in education, especially, and I always stress this, especially in special need children and families with special need children. I work with those a lot, and it's heartbreaking what the system is doing to our families from that community. They need a lot of support because there are a lot of racism going on top of the issues that they have to deal with and all the advocacy they have to do for their own children. So many things needs to be done for this community in terms of education. A lot of, there was an issue lately happened with the teacher who was a BIPOC teacher, an equity issue that happened with her. I think that supporting our BIPOC teachers, advocating for them, being the voice and being the change that needs to happen is very important, and focusing on where are those, communities that feel the racism and the inequity, are locating them and working with those families and with those communities firsthand. So advocating, supporting, locating all those are within the job of the professional. It's not just what your job description says. It's everything beyond, because we are a human being and we live together and we breathe this air together. So, and this is what pandemic taught us. The pandemic taught us that no matter what, if you're rich or poor, if you get the COVID, and if you have a pre-existing condition, there's a chance you might die, even if you're rich. So that means that if we support those students to become, all of them, not just one or two, just all of them, white or non-white, if we support all of them can support us, and all of them can be something that can support this great nation. So just to come together and recognize what exactly we need from our children, and just treat them like all as our own children, and do what is right at the right moment, and not just to wait, and not just to ignore.
And for me, the pandemic taught me, it was a very brutal lesson, because you will hope or think that we will put equity front and center. And we all did. But when we started defining what equity meant to different people, it quickly became clear that equity for one group did not mean equity for another. And that was sad. That really hit me hard when you think about, let's go and put out devices for make sure that all kids have devices. Okay, kids have devices. Then let's make sure all students have access to hotspot. Okay, let's do it. But that didn't stop the inequity in terms of kids having the ability to actually access what's in those materials, right? And so you still had this idea where when we said equity, it meant different things for different people. So what I try to do here as a principal is, you always want to start a school-wide conversation about equity. What does it mean as a collective? What does it mean to us? Okay, I have my version of equity. You may have your version of equity, but now we're working together. What is that collective meaning of equity for us as we do this work? And once we were able to define it, or if you could define it with your organization, it makes it a little bit easier than we're on the same road. But another thing I also realized quickly, that as a principal, I had to embody that. I had to model that. What does that look like? How am I advocating for my staff? How am I advocating for my parents? How am I advocating for my students? All of those things have to come together. So equity for me, we're still growing, we're still moving forward, but it just have different forms and have different colors. And how do you deal with it? How do you work with it? To me, it's the value of the conversation.
Is it, Molly, is it okay if I add something with that too?
Yeah.
I recently was having a conversation with one of the departments on one of my campuses, and and they asked me, is equity equitable outcomes, is that a requirement? Is that a mandate, at our college? And my response was, well, if in 1970, when the state legislature gave us the money to create our institution, if our job was to graduate students so they can go out and get jobs, then yes, equity is a mandate, because we expect all of our students to have an opportunity to graduate from our programs, to go, get jobs, and to update, and to move up the pay scale of their lives. I said, I can't imagine that there's not one person on this campus that doesn't want equity. However, the issue is that when it starts coming to you, and you have to make the changes, that you have to do something, that you have to lean into this work, that's when people start getting nervous. And this is your charge. This is what I'm expecting for you to do. And then the response becomes, well, I can't help it if my students have daycare issues and they can't come to class, or I can't help it if they have to go and work a job because they don't. I said, but here's the thing. You can help it because this is the institution of which we work. We work at an open enrollment institution. And if you work at a public K-12 school, then this is where you're choosing to be. You're not at Breck, you're not at Harvard, where these students have so many resources available to them. They can concentrate just on going to school. This is our job. This is our charge as educators to figure this out. And if we can't do this, go find someplace else to work. Go get a job at Harvard. If it's, that easy, go get your job at Harvard or at Yale or at Carleton or at McAllister or at Breck or any of the Holy Mary or whatever these other schools are. But we choose to work in these schools. And so it's our charge, our responsibility to make these changes. So, and we have to keep reinforcing this messaging.
Thank you all for sharing and being a part of this discussion, this really important discussion. We really appreciate it and are super grateful for you all for being here today. We are running a bit behind on time, but I just wanted to open it up real quick before we go into the final speaker, Sheila Nezhat, to see if anybody has any questions that's in the audience, if anybody wants to unmute themselves and ask or throw anything into the chat. But I just wanted to give everybody an opportunity to do that. And also share, Dr. Antonia shared that she feels that equity needs to be considered basic human relations. Our students and their families need to be welcomed into educational institutions as humans with much to contribute. Unfortunately, as we are reminded of today's trial, George Floyd was murdered because his humanity was not recognized. So thank you, Dr. Antonia, for sharing. But if no one else has any other comments or anything, I will introduce everyone to Sheila Nezhat, who is a community organizer, renter, and mixed-race queer woman who is running for mayor of Minneapolis. Sheila works as a city policy organizer with Reclaim the Block, where she has trained hundreds of people on how to get involved in the city budget process. She also works at a local small business, Ricardo Levins Morales Art Studio. She holds a master's degree from the Humphrey School of Public Affairs and has spent over a decade doing community-led research and advocacy in service of social, racial, and economic justice. And welcome, Sheila. We are so happy to have you with us here, closing out the event. And I'll invite you.
Thank you, everyone. It is so great to be with you all. My name is Sheila Nezhat. Happy International Women's Day. So my vision for our city and the world is one where everyone can thrive, not just survive, where justice and safety are intertwined and power lies with the people. I'm so grateful to be here in solidarity with all of you in powerful multiracial movement building. So my time in international multiracial movements began when I was born and named. So my dad is an immigrant from Iran, and my mom is Anishinaabe and Norwegian Swedish. And my name, Sheila June, was chosen to be both Persian and American. So it's been interesting to run for office as a woman of color. As I'm sure many of you all in this talk have experienced, sometimes as women of color, people underestimate us, right? Or think it might be nice to have change, but how can we really change these systems that were built for and by white men? But when those doubts come creeping in, I can hear the voices of my ancestors, my aunties and grandmas from here and from Iran, telling me to keep my head up. And so I hope as you all are leaving today's conference that you're also feeling the voices of your ancestors and all of the women here and around the world who've got your back while you're making change. And one of the most powerful ways that we can make change is with solidarity. So I have to fight in solidarity with women of African descent because our well-being and liberation are intertwined. In my whole life, I've never been able to visit my family in Iran. America has been interfering in Iranian foreign policy for over 80 years. But in 2017, my dad and I decided to try and do a workaround and meet up with my family in Turkey so I could meet people. But on January 27th, 2017, Donald Trump put into place his Muslim travel ban, and my dad and I were scared to even get on a plane. Since then, my family in Iran has suffered under horrendous economic sanctions at a time when the country is being ravaged by COVID-19 and a lack of foreign relief. And Iran is only one of 13 countries on that list. And that's why when I fight for freedom for my family, I have to fight in solidarity with my Somali, Nigerian, Eritrean, Syrian, and all my Middle Eastern and African neighbors. And I believe that the most powerful change starts at the local level with the powerful work, like the work of so many of you here today, the work of Isuroon. For the last 10 years, I've been a community organizer, public policy researcher, and ran my own small business. And in my most recent job with Reclaim the Block, in solidarity in coalitions, I helped fight and win millions of dollars moved out of the police department and into violence prevention and mental health care and the things that really help our communities thrive. So when we create these systems of care and support, that's where we can lead and thrive. I saw this summer and really over the whole last year, communities coming together to take care of one another, and our people showing that we can build entire ecosystems that care for, center, and celebrate Black folks, Indigenous folks, disabled folks, working class folks, all of us. And imagine what we could do if we had the resources of the city. So I'm running for mayor because I want a leader who is ready to match the vision and boldness of folks who are leading this work on the ground, who are making change with our sisters and our families. And because, as Angela Davis said, you have to act as if it were possible to radically transform the world, and you have to do it all the time. So thank you all so much, and happy International Women's Day.
Well, let's give a round of applause to Sheila. Good luck, and I'm so grateful for you to come, and the trial starts soon, so we sure will be meeting each other. And if anyone wants to say something, you've stuck around with us for 5 hours, so I know you'll probably be tired, but I'm hoping that with COVID-19 virtual, usually we have a lot of food and tea and sambusa and all kinds of Afro-deli lunch and snacks when we meet in person. It didn't happen, but I'm hoping next year this thing ends and then next year we can meet in person. With that said, we're officially closing the conference today. Please remember what Leslie talked about, expanding your network. Expanding your network, not just being part of a specific circle. And Minnesota is very famous of being very close friends. Try to be uncomfortable and reach out people who you have no affiliation with. Try to join different clubs, not the one that is very elite, but please try to listen or read books, increase your knowledge. And the last thing I would say is this morning when I was talking about me discovering that I had because I stood still for a while, I discovered that I had a irregular heartbeat. People call me and text me and say, am I okay? I'm fine. But it's just knowing that just because I had to slow down and pay attention to my body, I've discovered something that otherwise would have killed me and have killed many PIPAC women, and it kills women. Heart disease kills women anyway, but African American women and Black gene don't have a second chance when their heart gives up. So this gives me a chance to listen to my body, and I'm so grateful to Isuroon team, and I can't even say they're my staff, I say they're my colleagues. And if I don't say I'm grateful to your association, you need to like do a smack in the head and say Fortuna, we're doing a tapping for you. So I love you all. Molly will send everything to you guys, the feedback, and please stay in touch. Come volunteer, and then I'm hoping that you stay safe and have a wonderful International Women's Day. All right.
Thank you, Fortune. Thank you, everyone. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Isuroon team, if you could.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we can have a one picture taken, please. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, Nasser, don't go anywhere. Thank you, Sheila. Okay. So can all of you come to the screen so we can do one picture, please?
Okay.
Let's go. We're all hungry today. We miss food. Yes, thank you.
You guys did an awesome job. I'll cut out so I'm not in the picture, okay?
You guys
I just wanted
the board chair.
Well, I wanted to come back to say you guys did just phenomenal. So proud of you, all of you. It was, yeah.
It's Molly and the team. I had nothing to do with it. Molly, can you claim the good now since everything went perfect?
Yes, I will not claim it. It was both of us from the beginning. That's why I refused to take responsibility. I was like, this is not just me.
But now that everything went well, I'm demanding that you take the credit. All right, just take it. All right, cool.
Everybody was part of it.
So it looks like we have some people who may have left their Zoom. Gregor, are you in there? So yeah, I do. So how do we take picture? Hey, Abdurrahman, come back.
I can take a screenshot. I have it on gallery so you can see everybody.
Okay. All right, wonderful. You go then. Okay. Hi.
If you guys want to take off or put your video on, then we can just do this real quick.
Can you get closer? Oh yeah. Hey, Sadie. Yeah, come on. We should do our own picture. This is a super. Where did Mariana go?
Yeah, where'd Mariana go? And Nasra. Oh well.
Actually, you guys come in. Where's Sodo? Sodo, you can come here.
Oh.
No, Sodo, one of you come over here. You can't be crowded. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Molly, you can take one.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yay! Do you want to take another one?
Bravo, bravo.
Someone's gonna watch this back and just be like, why are you guys just
all right, we're good. All right. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. We'll do. And okay, so let's talk about that woman who was BSing.
Wait. Hold on. There are some people. Not yet.
We're still live.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Still live.
Hold on.